Welcome back, Senators. Senators, when the Senate rose, the Tourism Development Amendment Bill was passed. Leader of Government Business. Now, I think I need to call on the Minister. Give me a second, because we have made a slight change in the agenda. So I see the Leader of Government Business looks at me strangely, so I know that there is a change in our agenda. So just give me a moment, Senators, so we could get to the right regulated substances. Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, Senator the Honorable Dr. Shanda Harak Singh, for the record.
Madam President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Regulated Substances Amendment.
Regulated Substances Amendment.
Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Madam President, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order number 49-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order number 49-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Madam President, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Regulated Substances Amendment. Madam President, this Regulated Substances Amendment Bill 2026, what it's doing is updating the Regulated Substances Act, which was passed in November of 2023. The original act, it established the Regulated Substances Authority, the RSA, as an omnibus regulatory mechanism to oversee various complex substances as our economy advances. As the RSA begins its role governing specific sectors, we must ensure that its statutory framework is optimized and financially sound. And there are three core operational components to this amendment bill, Madam President. First of all, we want to streamline the revenue management framework. Madam President, under the current wording of Section 78 of the Act, all operational revenues, fees, and levies collected by the RSA must be paid directly into the Regulated Substances Fund. This setup creates an administrative bottleneck because clients pay directly into the fund, but they receive transaction confirmations from the RSA during its processing process. The RSA, however, it lacks direct access to the fund to verify those payments. And our financial and auditing technocrats, they have noted that this process creates unnecessary reconciliation challenges. So the proposed amendment to Section 78, what it does is it separates the operational monies from oversight funds. The Regulated Substances Fund will now strictly consist of parliamentary allocations, funds held in trust grants, and other sums vested in the ministry. This change, it will allow the RSA to directly receive fees, levies, operational grants, and other revenue generated through its daily operations. Madam President, financial oversight remains strict as the fund board is mandated to review and approve the RSA's annual budget. The RSA is also required to remit any revenue exceeding its approved operational budget back into the Regulated Substances Fund. Madam President, the current interpretation provisions of the Act rigidly defines minister and ministry as the minister and ministry responsible for commerce. Now, this rigid phrasing, it fails to accommodate future changes or reassignment of cabinet portfolios. So to prevent the need for repeated legislative amendments when a portfolio shifts, the definitions are being updated, and minister will now mean the minister responsible for regulated substances to whom the RSA is assigned. So basically, if the RSA is in a different ministry, then we don't have to come back and change the legislation. Madam President, Section 19 of the original Act granted the RSA exemptions from corporation tax, property tax, and stamp duty, but omitted import duties. So this is another something that we want to amend. This amendment corrects that omission by adding an exemption from import duties. This correction aligns the RSA with standard legislative concessions enjoyed by other key statutory bodies, including the National Housing Corporation, the National Trust, the Youth Economy Agency, and the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Madam President, these amendments provide 4 direct administrative benefits. Administrative efficiency. Untangling the revenue collection loop ensures faster processing times and seamless payment verification for businesses and medical facilities. Proper reporting. The RSA will now report directly on its own operational activities instead of relying on the fund board to handle the financial transfers and reporting. Fiscal transparency. The fund board maintains explicit statutory mandates to audit budgets and claw back surplus operational funds. Future-proof governance. Decoupling the RSA from a single fixed ministry ensures that the authority can continue operating without interruption during future political or administrative reorganizations. So basically, this bill provides the clean and tactical adjustments necessary to support the Regulated Substances Authority as it becomes fully operational. So I urge my colleagues to support the passage of the Regulated Substances Amendment Bill 2026. Thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that the Regulated Substances Amendment Bill be read a second time. Senator Fede.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't have a problem with the amendments per se. They're pretty straightforward. But I do have a question to the government. Do you have a state of play? When can we see the full implementation of the regulated substances industry? When can the farmers start growing their produce and manufacture their produce, export? Do you have an update for us as it pertains to the logistics, and when can we see the actual operationalization of the industry? I do get a lot of questions, Madam President. I know a lot of people who are looking forward to it. In fact, there are a number of people who are already in that industry in various ways and forms, and they do make a living from that industry, and they are looking forward to now this industry becoming more legal and it being a formal part of the economy. So I do anticipate, on behalf of a number of farmers all over St. Lucia, I do ask the government, what's the latest?
Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, Dr. Harksing.
Thank you for that question. There is a piece of legislation which will be passed very shortly in Parliament with regards to exactly what you speak on, and when that is passed, then we can see this coming through. Okay. So, since there's no one else to speak on it, I seek the approval of the Senate to pass this bill.
Right. Senators, the question is that the Regulated Substances Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Regulated Substances Act, Cap 15.46.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 2.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 4.
Amendment of Section 6.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 5.
Amendment of Section 19.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 6.
Substitution of Section 21.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 7.
Amendment of Section 29.
Clause 7 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 8.
Amendment of Section 57.
Clause 8 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 9.
Amendment of Section 60.
Clause 9 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 10.
Substitution of Section 63.
Clause 10 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 11.
Amendment of Section 65.
Clause 11 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 12.
Amendment of Section 66.
Clause 12 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 13.
Substitution of Section 78.
Clause 13 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 14.
Amendment of Section 79.
Clause 14 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 15.
Amendment of Section 85.
Clause 15 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 16.
Amendment of Section 89.
Clause 16 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Senators, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, I beg to report that the Regulated Substances Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Madam President, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Regulated Substances Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Regulated Substances Amendment Act 2026.
Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Madam President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Regulated Substances, Safety and Security of Radiation Sources.
Regulated Substances, Safety and Security of Radiation Sources.
Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Madam President, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order number 49-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order number 49-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Madam President, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Regulated Substances, Safety and Security of Radiation Sources. Madam President, I would now like to, in this upper house, present this critical piece of legislation that not only marks a major milestone in our government's commitment toward the safety of our people, but it is one that holds a lot of meaning for me, both as a medical practitioner and as a woman. But before I really get into it, I would like to demystify the word radiation. Madam President, radiation exists naturally in our environment, in areas such as the sun, different stars, and some radiation even comes from naturally occurring radioactive materials in the soil, in rocks, and in groundwater. So the first thing I want our St. Lucian public to understand is that radiation, the word radiation, is not a bad word. So when you hear the word, it is something that exists naturally in our environment. So I want to make this point very clear. But today we are talking about a bill that speaks to ionizing radiation. And ionizing radiation is a very powerful form of energy that when used correctly, it can be very beneficial to all of us. And when we see its health benefits right there in the health sector, in the form of x-rays, CAT scans, mammograms, and I'm sure maybe almost everyone in this room has had an x-ray done, or maybe even a CAT scan, or known somebody who's had an x-ray or CAT scan. And for women over the age of 45, it's recommended that they have a mammogram done once a year to screen for breast cancer. So we know of the benefits of these. Ionizing radiation is also used extensively in industry. It is used in some of the instruments which are used to inspect pipelines, to inspect aircrafts for hidden defects so that we're safe in the air. We even use it to sterilize medical supplies such as syringes, surgical gloves, our pharmaceuticals, food products, packaging materials. It can be used for both safety in the construction industry and for making some of the materials needed in that industry. It can also be used in instruments used to test soil density. Everyday consumer products like the older smoke detectors utilize tiny controlled amounts of ionizing radiation to protect lives from fires. However, if this same ionizing radiation is used incorrectly or the levels are way too high, this same radiation can directly damage the structure of molecules, and that includes our DNA. Or in other words, it can damage our bodies, our tissues, and yes, it can result in certain types of cancers, birth defects, and even death. So, Madam President, this is where this bill becomes absolutely crucial. The reason for the implementation of this bill is once again to ensure the safety of our citizens, something that this Labour government does not play with. The current act which we rely on to deal with radioactive substances is the Radioactive Minerals Act, and this was enacted all the way back in 1949. So, Madam President, you can see that this framework is completely obsolete. We cannot protect a modern 2026 society with archaic tools. And knowing the seriousness of overexposure to radiation, it became imperative that a forward-thinking and most critical piece of legislation be enacted to protect the citizens of St. Lucia. We are responsible global citizens, and our domestic laws must reflect international safety benchmarks. St. Lucia joined the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, which is the United Nations arm specifically tasked with radiation matters, and we joined them in 2019. Since then, St. Lucia has been working with the IAEA to address gaps in regulatory control, specifically regarding the handling of radioactive materials. The IAEA, through its treaties and conventions, mandates that we empower a national regulatory body to enforce strict licensing conditions and protect confidential security data, and implement statutory security measures to deter, detect, and delay unauthorized access or theft of radiation sources. Passing this bill allows us to seamlessly interface with international databases, participate in threat information exchanges, and utilize global technical assistance programs. Madam President, let's look at the key operational provisions of the bill. In other words, what is this bill trying to achieve? Madam President, the bill is meticulously structured into distinct components to be administered directly by the RSA, what I just spoke on, Regulated Substance Authority. Madam President, the authority is legally mandated to maintain a centralized national register of all radiation sources, licensed individuals, and facilities. It is empowered to conduct scheduled or unscheduled inspections, engage qualified independent experts, and implement strict import-export controls alongside customs and border security. Madam President, Section 9 establishes a strict prohibition. No person may undertake any activity involving ionizing radiation without a valid license issued by the RSA. This part builds a transparent, multi-tiered licensing process. Crucially, Madam President, Section 27 allows the Minister to grant tightly defined exemptions for low-risk, inherently safe applications where exposure risks are negligible. Madam President, this is the technical core of the bill, embedding international principles of justification, optimization, and dose limits into our statutory law. It establishes 3 explicit layers of protection. Occupational exposure. Licensees must track staff radiation exposure via dosimetry monitoring equipment. Sections 31 and 38 strictly prohibit occupational exposure for individuals under the age of 18, as well as pregnant or breastfeeding employees. And Madam President, the evidence has shown that overexposure of radiation to the reproductive organs can cause fetal anomalies and damage to these organs. This is why when a female goes for an X-ray or a CAT scan at the hospital, the person who's doing the scan will usually ask them, are you pregnant, in order to avoid doing the scan at that time. It is for this reason, to avoid this risk. You will also see that the technician may wear what seems like a very heavy apron, and it is actually heavy when you're doing these X-rays. And they may put something similar on the lower part of the belly before the X-ray is done. Again, it is to avoid these unnecessary risks. And this is the reason for the implementation of this bill, Madam President. Again, I cannot overstress the importance of ensuring the safety of our citizens. Madam President, this bill mandates that every medical radiological procedure must provide a net diagnostic or therapeutic benefit to the patient. It requires strict equipment calibration to eliminate accidental overexposure and prevents unnecessary duplicate testing. So basically, if you do not need the test, you will not get the test, in order to decrease the level of exposure to this ionizing radiation. Madam President, licensees are held fully responsible for controlling public access to radiation areas to ensure visitors never exceed strict dose limits. Madam President, Section 64 introduces a comprehensive ban against importing foreign radioactive waste and requires an emergency plan for all licensees so the RSA can swiftly mitigate risk in the event of an accident. Madam President, this bill repeals the obsolete 1949 Radioactive Minerals Act and provides structured transitional provisions for current medical and industrial operators to declare their sources and shift into full legal compliance. This bill moves beyond regulatory bureaucracy to deliver direct, massive benefits to everyday St. Lucians across 4 key pillars. Revolutionizing patient safety. Every person entering a medical facility with radiation equipment will be sure that the machines are calibrated to international standards, protecting them from radiation poisoning or unnecessary exposure. Our frontline health professionals, radiographers, and technicians will be shielded by mandatory exposure tracking, regular health surveillance, and explicit legal protection for minors and pregnant workers. By giving the RSA the power to enforce strict source accounting mechanisms, we ensure radioactive materials cannot be lost, stolen, or weaponized. Madam President, global healthcare providers and international manufacturers only export advanced medical technology, such as cutting-edge cancer therapy equipment, to nations with a secure, internationally certified legal framework. So this bill positions St. Lucia to attract advanced medical investments and elevate our healthcare infrastructure to first world standards. Madam President, I have given the evidence to show why this bill is absolutely needed. As a medical doctor and as a woman, this bill holds a lot of meaning for me. We need to protect our society. We need to protect the unborn child. So I urge my fellow senators to support the passage of the Regulated Substances Safety and Security of Radiation Sources Bill 2026. Thank you.
Senators, the question is that the Regulated Substances Safety and Security of Radiation Sources Bill be read a second time. Senator Previll.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I believe the Senator Harakse has outlined in a very comprehensive manner the purpose for this legislation being proposed here, especially as times have changed and we are at a point in history where we need to ensure that the technology used is used in a safe manner for the people of our country, which essentially is what this act is about. It's about introducing greater safety standards in the use of radiation as a means of providing treatment for persons who suffer different illness, and more importantly, for diagnosing situations in a more accurate manner. It proposes to ensure that the protection is for both the recipient, meaning the person who's being treated, as well as the provider. So, Madam President, we support any piece of legislation that would seek to ensure the safety and protection of the people of St. Lucia. Thank you.
Senator de Turville.
Can I have the podium, please? Can I have the podium, please? Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, fellow Senator, for reminding me that I can't read, but I have notes. I will assure you that I will not be reading this afternoon. Madam President, I just want to, before I start my presentation or my delivery, I'd just like to, I know you had mentioned this morning that I would have been absent this morning from the Senate, and I had the opportunity to be the keynote speaker at a graduation ceremony, which was very close to my heart, my alma mater, my primary school, infant and primary school, the Anglican primary school. So I just want to say congratulations to the graduates, and I was really honored to be able to speak with them this morning. Anglican Primary School. Canon Laurie Anglican Primary School. Yes. Oh, yes. Madam President, I just want to give my support to this very, very important bill, and I would think it very difficult for anybody to disagree with what we are trying to achieve there here this afternoon. Specifically, for a few things, but first I just want to highlight the bill that was before this one that we're amending was from 1949, 77 years. That in itself should tell you why this is important, very important. Obviously the bill would have been archaic and would not have given us the protections that we needed with a society that's moving very quickly, very swiftly in terms of technologies and just what's happening generally in the world. Importantly as well is the protection for women and young persons, the general public as well, but more specifically for pregnant women. And I think the fact that the government thinks it is necessary to be able to legislate something like this means that they are serious about their people, again putting their people first. We have so much exposure to radiation on a daily basis. Some of it is intentional, some of it not. But in instances like this, where you do not necessarily have to be exposed, it gives citizens a level of security and understanding that you have a level of protection that was not afforded to you before. It's protective, level of protection for your unborn child. As Dr. Minister Harak Singh had indicated, you would often hear radiologists ask certain questions, and there's a reason for it. And the overexposure can be more damaging to the patient that it really ought to be, and I think the government, I commend the government for actually being able to understand the importance of this. Also with regards to the workers, it's not just about the persons on the receiving end, it's also about those that constantly have the exposure to those pieces of equipment, that you are able to understand that there are protections for you, and not just, you as the technician, but that your employer also has a responsibility to ensure that the employees are safe. So that again shows the forward-thinking nature of this government, and we applaud the Prime Minister and those responsible for this amendment in this bill. Madam, I would not be very long in my presentation, but I do just again want to say that the legal protections under this act will be beneficial to all of us, every single St. Lucian, young, old, and in between, the women, pregnant mothers, young adults, 18 and younger, under this bill. So I give my support, full support, for the amendments that are proposed in this bill this afternoon. Thank you.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. Just some very, very short observations. First of all, I accept the explanation and justification for this bill given by the Minister in the Prime Minister's office, Senator Harak Singh. And I note the point made by both Senator Harak Singh and my colleague, Senator de Turville, that the previous bill is older, I think, than all of us in here, and therefore was in desperate need of reform and amendment, which brings to mind the fact that there are a number of pieces of legislation. The Public Health Act, for example, is not quite as old, but is also very old and perhaps past its full use and in need of urgent review and repair. And there are a number of acts, on our laws that need to be revised, or our law books that need to be revised and modernized. And so hopefully this is a start of things to come, and that we will very soon have a modern suite of legislation generally aimed at protecting and promoting the interests of our citizens as a whole. Before we restarted, I was discussing this bill with some of my colleagues, and we were laughing at some of the experiences we've had in relation to having x-rays and other medical tests done where best practices were honestly not upheld. And so the standards being set by this piece of legislation are long overdue, and I hope that the enforcement provisions and the monitoring provisions can be implemented as necessary to ensure that persons adhere to the requirements. And perhaps I'd like to suggest that following the passage of the law, that we ensure that there's an educational aspect where we teach people about radiation and radioactive isotopes, etc., and perhaps more importantly, how they should interact with them. Because it's one thing telling the experts what their requirements are, but if we as the consumers or the patients don't know what to expect in a given situation, sometimes we will accept things that are not in our best interest. So I think it's important for us, having passed the legislation, to inform the general populace as to what is required now and what it entails to interact with radioactive materials. And also, I think very importantly as well, how we go about disposing of them. There's so many things that do carry radioactive, I think, for example, of a microwave that we take for granted, that do have some element of radioactivity to them. And we have to be very careful with how we dispose of these items. And again, I think information and education is a vital part of doing this. Now, just one complaint with regard to the bill, or an act as it will soon become. I voiced on occasion my discomfort with moving through all 3 stages of a piece of legislation in one sitting. Now, I understand that there's some urgency with this, but given how technical a piece of legislation it is, I think consultation with the various stakeholders prior to the act being finalized and being brought to Parliament would have been useful, because I can read it for the legislative elements of it, the legalistic elements of it. I have no idea what a radioactive isotope is. I have no idea as to the technical aspects of things. And even if I were to discuss it with a doctor and an expert and to get an understanding, it's never going to match theirs. And I think having their involvement in the process would have been essential. That being said, I think it is a very, very necessary piece of modernization to our legislation, and I'd like to encourage the government to start looking at all the pieces of legislation, our Immigration Act, for example, as well, that have really, really gone beyond their usefulness, and that we need to amend or repeal and reenact. And with that, I lend my support to the piece of legislation. Thank you.
Senator Ignatius Jah.
Thank you, Madam President. I think I should rise to add my voice in support of this bill. And first to compliment...
Senator, I think you will need a little honey. Could you get the volume up a little bit?
Yeah, the temperature is better this afternoon, Madam President. And I have to thank your staff for ensuring that I feel a little warmer by the courtesies offered downstairs. Madam President, yes, I said I must add my voice to this bill, and to first compliment the RSA director and his staff. I think we had a caucus with the RSA team, and at that time we were not speaking so much about this bill, But we were talking about some farmers and farming, as my good friend across was making inquiries for his farmers in Vanna and Roseau, and I think there are some very good grades in millet and techime. But I think he was making a plea on their behalf. But I should warn him that it's still not yet on the books. So he might find himself on the way to Dennery, somewhere just past Dennery, at the pleasure of His Majesty. So he might be careful with that. But seriously, Madam President, when we met then with the team and the elaborate discussions and the education they gave us on a lot of these matters, it was very enlightening. And it is good to see that we have come to the Parliament now to take this first part of some of their work to put into law. And really the thing is, we need to, yes, we get it into compliance with, as a member of the International Atomic Energy Agency and some of the regulations, as well as that of the International Labour Organization. And as a Labour government, we are always very conscious and always protective of our workers and our people. And so this is a welcome piece of legislation that offers the type of protection to people. And all of us go to a lot of the increasing number of medical practices as we modernize our medical services in the country. Increasingly, we have more equipment, modern equipment that emit the type of non-ionizing radiation. And so our public must become aware. So I agree with Senator Lee that we need to step up the education program as well, and the sensitization of the public. And two, that we and also for the practitioners and the workers, that they know about these hazards that exist, but also the benefits. Because when we hear of radiation, everybody thinks the negative aspects of it. But there are lots of very good medical benefits to be derived, and hence it is being used. But it has to be used responsibly and safely. So we will remember the old days of Victoria Hospital, when you went for an x-ray and it was a massive room and this massive camera and so on, and you had to be running in, and there was this heavy metal shield, lead shield. And so even in my experiences with DCA, when people would be, developers would want to put in some of those systems, there are some, we have to now ensure that these buildings are properly designed and constructed so as they can offer the protection. So it is not just putting these things into a room, the equipment into a room, and you put it and it's just in a little plywood room, and you know it's emitting hazardous radiation that could impact people's lives. There must be proper construction, proper designs, and in compliance with what is required to obtain a license to do that. So it's good to hear that we're going to be licensed, etc. The other aspect, Madam President, that I want to say is that occupational health and safety is very important for our people. And we must also, without the employers, must continue to educate. But as you have a regulator, and it is law now, they can have the proper inspections to ensure that there is compliance and that we have good occupational health and safety standards that are being met at the workplace to protect the people. So, Madam President, I would like to acknowledge the director of the RSA, who is here present in the room, and also former Minister Emma Hippolyte, who headed that department for the leadership she gave so that we can be where we are now. So the radiation protection is really very important, and as was said by the minister in the ministry of the Prime Minister who presented the bill, that there are lots of benefits to be derived. And I think there also, we know that around, we are all exposed to cosmic rays, and we have had experiences with x-rays and mammograms, some of the ladies here, and all the other medical uses for these things. And there are also other areas that it is used. For example, non-ionizing radiation includes like radiant heat, the radio waves. We use these technologies, and all of that includes those waves, microwaves, and terahertz radiation, which is what you would have if you go in through every airport when you are being screened. This is also part of this, but it is not, it is done properly. If done properly, it shouldn't impact us. And infrared light, which is used for treating water, and infrared lighting we use for several other things, and ultraviolet UV lighting as well. So, Madam President, all of these have very good uses, and I wish to commend this bill and to give my unwavering support for its passage. Thank you.
Senator Albert Poyot.
Madam President, I rise to lend my support to the amendment of the legislation that speaks to regulated substance safety and security of radiation sources. And Madam President, when I saw this bill presented in this chamber, it reminded me of an incident where, when the roundabout at Union was under construction, and there was an equipment they had that was set up to assess, I don't know, whatever they were assessing, and somebody apparently did not know what the equipment was about, and the person took that equipment, and the contractors were on edge because they were very worried, because they would have opened this equipment and that person would have been exposed, or children might take it and play with it, and that could be very, very dangerous. So in that respect, I develop a greater appreciation for this amendment, where we look at a legislation that has been the bill, right, sorry about that, it's a full bill, and this bill is replacing a legislation that has been in existence since 1949, and it also brought back memories of the Public Service Modernization Bill that is yet to come to the House, which will help modernize the operations of the public service. And Madam President, this type of revolutionary exercise reminds me of a statement made by the Honorable Prime Minister, where he said to his cabinet members in my presence that whatever he has to do to make things better for St. Lucians. He will do it. Because at the time he was reflecting on how many times he had won election. And it was like a norm for him. So he said, why am I minister in government or parliamentarian for a long time and I cannot bring about changes? And therefore, one of his focus was to begin to look at a number of legislations that have been in our books, on our books for years, and nobody has had the courage to move and change this legislation. And therefore I applaud this legislation where he said whatever he has to remove, he will remove them. Whatever he has to revoke, whatever he has to change, upgrade, replace, he will do it for the benefit of the people of St. Lucia. So I applaud the government for that. And Madam President, I give support to my fellow Senator de Turville, who highlighted the issue of pregnant mothers. And it always fascinates me that politics or governance, if you look at the global statistics, is dominated by men. And anytime you see legislation that will benefit women tremendously, we have to applaud these men for understanding the value of humanity, whether it's man or woman. We have to applaud them for that. And because men don't get pregnant, so they don't have to go and do those scans. But when the women get pregnant, it means they are frequently exposed to those chemicals or radiation. So a man may be spared, but not the woman. So we are saying I applaud Senator de Turville for highlighting that aspect. And then we also look at the issue of the workers. I'm very pleased that she raised that, because sometimes we forget the workers that have to constantly expose themselves, and sometimes they are not aware that they are putting their lives at risk in order to save the life of somebody else. And therefore occupational safety and health, that fell under my jurisdiction at some point as Minister of Labor. And as somebody who has played a role in representing the interests of workers in this country, I applaud that aspect of it, as highlighted by my fellow Senator de Turville. And Madam President, this bill too is re-emphasizing the point when the Prime Minister put a 2.5% levy for health and safety in St. Lucia. And some people are saying, where is the money going? What are we doing? Here is a situation where we are looking at radioactive equipment, how to create safety and security for our people, and government will invest in that area to ensure that our people are safe. And therefore we look forward to, as was mentioned by Independent Senator Lee, that the constant sensitization and education of the public is done, so people are aware of what is available, how they need to protect themselves. That is critical. And as was said by Senator Jean, I want to commend the director, Mr. Dylan Norbert. He has been the pioneer, piloting from day one. And at some point we used to laugh at Minister Hippolyte. And anytime she goes out there to visit these cannabis places in St. Vincent, when she come back we ask her whether she is on a high. So when I saw the motion on the floor and we did not even react to it, I say, hey, we must be on a high too. But it is important that those new initiatives are taken in the interest of advancing our country. And I am pretty sure that this legislation will certainly enhance the quality of life for all St. Lucians and visitors to our shores. With that, Madam President, I give my 100+% to this new piece of legislation. I thank you.
Senator Charles.
Yeah, Madam President, just some brief remarks, but permit me leave to respond to Senator Albert Poyot, who was in doubt as to whether men can get pregnant. And you could actually Google it, Madam Senator. Men can get pregnant, but I won't give details. My comments to follow up on Senator Jean's intervention, which has to do with the extensive use of electronic devices. Whereas electromagnetic fields can be considered non-ionizing, we are in an era now where we live in an Internet of Things. And every time there's an upgrade at your home, you are moved from wired to wireless. So you have more fields within the house. And my concern is more about children, because all the devices they're exposed to now, the cumulative effect of all of this radiation, what will happen? There has been some studies by the World Health Organization which sometimes has really dispelled the notion that cell phones and these electronic toys can have any kind of carcinogenic effect on children, but you never know. There may be some faulty ones that may just go rogue. And as a result of this, I want to alert the ministry or whoever responsible for issuing of licensing that we should be instituting some measure of testing the locations, because sometimes radiation leaks and occasionally equipment becomes faulty. And I think over a period of time, you may have to test these locations where licenses have been granted for equipment to be operated. And I think it has to be sooner than later. We may have sometimes provisions where it's done every 2 or 3 years, but with something like radiation, to me there should be a bit more frequent than that. Having said this, I think it's a very commendable piece of legislation, and you don't want to frighten our people who are already afraid of doing medical diagnosis and telling them, well, the effects of radiation. But I think putting safeguards in place to ensure that they're being safeguarded. I mean, as Senator Jean said, the early days of the heavy lead suits on your chest are over. But there are other means of reducing the leaks and the impacts of radiation on the body. But my point is just to appeal for that testing and to really lend my support to the legislation before us. Thank you, Madam President.
Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Madam President, I am very happy for the discussions that we've had across the aisle, not just on government side, but also on the opposition side and the independent senators as well, letting us all understand that everyone is aware of the deleterious effects of overexposure to ionizing radiation. And I'm very, thankful to all of you for understanding that, I look forward to your approval of this bill. Also, with regards to the question which Senator Lee asked, there have been talks, consultations with the hospitals. This has been happening over the last 2 years. So this is something that has been happening with the necessary stakeholders. And we do have a very robust education plan for public sensitization. So all of this is actually there. So I look forward to the approval of Senate for this very crucial and timely bill. Thank you.
Senators, the question is that the Regulated Substances Safety and Security Radiation Sources Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the safe and secure possession of use of radiation sources and radioactive materials, the licensing of an activity, practice, or facility relating to the control of radiation sources and radioactive materials, the protection of persons from ionizing radiation, the management of radioactive waste, emergency preparedness and response to ionizing radiation, exposure, and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 3.
Purposes.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 4.
Application and non-application.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 5.
Act binds the Crown.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 1. Clauses 6 to 8.
Functions and powers of the Regulated Substances Authority.
Part 1. Clauses 6 to 8 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 2. Clauses 9 to 27.
Licensing.
Part 2. Clauses 9 through to 27 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 3. Clauses 28 to 63.
Radiation protection.
Part 3, clauses 28 to 63 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 4, clauses 64 to 67.
Radioactive waste management.
Part 4, clauses 64 to 67 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 5, clauses 68 to 74.
Emergency preparedness and response.
Part 5, clauses 68 to 74 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 6, clauses 75 to 86.
Registration of qualified experts and dosimetry service providers.
Part 6, clauses 75 to 86 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 7, clauses 87 to 91.
Miscellaneous.
Part 7, clause 87 to 91 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Schedule 1.
Section 2, categories of radiation sources.
Schedule 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Schedule 2.
Section 2, dose limits for ionizing radiation.
Schedule 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Schedule 3.
Section 28, principles of radiation safety and security of radiation sources.
Schedule 3 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title and commencement.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Senators, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, I beg to report that the Regulated Substances, Safety and Security of Radiation Sources Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Madam President, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Regulated Substances, Safety and Security of Radiation Sources Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Regulated Substances, Safety and Security of Radiation Sources Act 2026. This Act shall come into force on a date to be fixed by the Minister by order published in the Gazette. The Minister may, by order published in the Gazette, fix different dates for the coming into force of different parts or sections of this Act.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Electricity.
Electricity.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President,
Order number 49-2 be suspended in order to allow the Leader of Government Business to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion,
Madam President, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Electricity. Madam President, I rise today to present for the consideration of this Honorable Senate the long-awaited electricity bill, a landmark piece of legislation that will help transform St. Lucia's energy sector and place our country on a stronger path toward affordability, reliability, resilience, investment, and energy security. Madam President, St. Lucia has long benefited from a stable and reliable electricity system. Indeed, Madam President, our electricity service ranks among the most dependable in the OECS and the wider Caribbean. This achievement reflects decades of investment, sound management, and the dedication of those responsible for operating and regulating The realities of the 21st century demand a new approach. We face increasing volatility in global energy markets, persistent geopolitical uncertainty, rising fuel costs, and the growing threat of climate-related disasters. As a small island developing state that imports virtually all its fossil fuels, St. Lucia remains vulnerable to forces beyond our control. How do we strengthen our energy security, improve affordability, enhance resilience, and create opportunities for our people while maintaining the reliability that consumers have come to expect? The bill provides the answer, Madam President. The electricity bill is not simply a replacement for the existing Electricity Supply Act. It is a modern framework designed to guide the transformation of St. Lucia's electricity sector over the coming decades. It creates the legal and regulatory foundation necessary to support renewable energy development, modern electricity services, stronger consumer protections, enhanced resilience, transparent regulation, and increased investment in our national development. Most importantly, Madam President, it places St. Lucia at the center of the energy transition. This legislation also serves as a key implementation mechanism for the St. Lucia National Energy Policy 2023 to 2030. The National Energy Policy establishes a vision of a modern, sustainable energy sector based on cost minimization, energy security, and local enfranchisement. The electricity bill translates that vision into a modern legal and regulatory framework capable of supporting the country's energy transition. Madam President, St. Lucia spent approximately $632.3 million EC dollars, on imported fuels in 2024. Madam President, while the Economic and Social Review records that St. Lucia's fuel import bill declined to approximately $380 million EC dollars in 2025 due to lower global oil prices, recent events have once again demonstrated the vulnerability and volatility of our energy system. The ongoing conflict in the Middle East has contributed to rising international oil prices, and St. Lucians are already feeling the effects through higher electricity fuel surcharge. In a matter of months, Madam President, the fuel surcharge has risen dramatically from less than 1% per unit earlier this year to more than 30 cents per unit today. This demonstrates a simple reality, Madam President. Our electricity costs remain heavily dependent on events occurring thousands of miles away and entirely outside of our control. The recent increase in electricity fuel surcharges serves as a real-time reminder of why this electricity legislation is necessary. Every escalation in international conflict, every disruption in global fuel markets, and every increase in oil prices has a direct impact on electricity costs in St. Lucia. This bill, Madam President, provides the framework to gradually reduce that dependence and place greater control of our energy future in St. Lucian hands. Madam President, the purpose of this legislation is not merely to support renewable energy. Its purpose is to reduce St. Lucia's exposure to precisely these kinds of external shocks by increasing the contribution of indigenous renewable energy resources, our sun, our wind, our sea, our water, and strengthening our energy security. A significant share, of the expenditure on imported fossil fuels is used to generate electricity. Every dollar spent importing fuel is a dollar that leaves our economy. By reducing our dependence on imported fuels and increasing the use of locally available resources, we retain more wealth within St. Lucia. Those resources can instead support healthcare, education, infrastructure, social programs, and economic development. This is not merely an environmental objective. It is an economic imperative, Madam President. The bill provides the framework that will allow us to pursue that objective in a reasonable, orderly, and sustainable manner. Madam President, the National Energy Policy 2023 to 2030 sets out a clear national objective: the creation of a modern, sustainable energy sector built upon energy security, affordability, resilience, transparency, and increased local participation. The National Energy Policy recognizes that St. Lucia remains heavily dependent on imported petroleum products and therefore remains vulnerable to external events over which we exercise no control. International conflicts, disruption in global supply chains, fluctuations in fuel markets, and climate-related disasters all have direct consequences for electricity costs, economic competitiveness, and national development. The policy therefore calls for a deliberate transition toward greater use of indigenous renewable energy resources, increased energy efficiency, enhanced resilience of critical infrastructure, and stronger participation by citizens and businesses in the energy sector. Madam President, we heard yesterday, we debated bills that relate to energy, securing financing for some projects that will assist in making our buildings more energy efficient, as well as allowing for more renewable energy penetration. The electricity bill provides the legislative framework necessary to achieve those objectives. It creates the regulatory certainty required for investment. It establishes the rules necessary for renewable energy development. It enables greater participation by independent power producers and self-generators. It supports modern planning processes that place resilience and long-term sustainability at the center of decision-making. In this regard, Madam President, the bill serves as one of the principal implementation instruments of the National Energy Policy and provides the legal foundation upon which St. Lucia's energy transition will be built. So, Madam President, allow me to highlight some of the principal differences between the current Electricity Supply Act and the proposed electricity bill and explain why these reforms are necessary for St. Lucia. Can I have the slide? So, Madam President, the legislation we had before us, the Electricity Supply Act, is a 30-old legal framework. It was built over 30 years ago. In fact, the license that was granted to Lucia to produce electricity, to produce, distribute, and transmit electricity was in 1967, the year I was born. This legislation was enacted in 1994. It was built, that's the current Electricity Supply Act that we have. It was built around a traditional utility model. It gave exclusive rights to the utility to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity. But that was changed in 2016. In February of 2016, the Electricity Supply Act was amended to allow for the electric company to generate, transmit, and distribute from fossil fuels only, while allowing for other individuals and businesses to to generate electricity using renewable energy. The Act primarily addresses electricity generation, supply, tariffs, and utility operations, and contains limited provisions for renewable energy and consumer participation. But this bill, which we have before us, creates a modern framework for the entire electricity sector. It recognizes renewable energy, distributed generation, energy storage, resilience planning, consumer rights, and independent power producers. Independent power producers, Madam President, are large utility-scale producers that can generate electricity using renewable sources. It aligns St. Lucia's legislation with modern international regulatory practices. So this legislation replaces a framework designed for the electricity sector of the 1990s with one capable of supporting the energy sector of the future. Another aspect of the legislation that we can compare with the current Act is that the current Act focused primarily on the operation of a monopoly utility. We have no other utility in St. Lucia that generates electricity. The new bill regulates the entire electricity ecosystem, including generators, network operators, independent power producers, self-generators, consumers, and electrical practitioners, and it establishes modern licensing frameworks. So the new legislation regulates an entire sector rather than just one that we had in the former Act. Under strong renewable energy framework, the old Act, I can call it old because we're going to be passing, it may be passed in just a little while, but the current Act, I would say, has limited renewable energy provisions. And Madam President, the Act of 2016, while it allowed for other persons to generate electricity, there were certain capacity limits that narrowed the amount of electricity that could have been generated. But this new bill introduces independent power producer participation, renewable energy capacity planning, competitive procurement, net billing and net metering, self-generation licensing, interconnection standards, and renewable energy targets. So the National Energy Policy has a target of 50% renewable energy in the electricity mix by 2030, which means that our installed capacity is about 67 megawatts. And so they aim to have at least half of that utilizing renewable energy by 2030. I'm not sure how achievable that could be, but it is quite ambitious. This bill provides the modern legal framework to achieve it, enabling renewable procurement, independent power producers, distributed generation, energy storage, and customer participation. Under the current Act, no statutory requirement for long-term planning was provided. But under the new bill, it requires long-term demand forecasting, renewable integration planning, energy efficiency planning, climate resilience planning. We know how vulnerable we are to our weather system, public consultation, and regulatory approval. So in building resilience into energy planning, resilience remains as the core pillar of energy planning. Growing risk from climate change, hurricanes, and flooding, the bill embeds resilience into the electricity sector decisions. We know how devastating we have had at previous weather systems when our electricity go down, our poles and all of that. So that legislation allows for such planning which builds in resilience. The current Act has limited consumer protection provisions, but this current bill, this bill before us, creates consumer rights and obligations framework, compliant resolution mechanisms, service quality standards, billing transparency requirements, monthly billing requirements, and prepaid metering provisions. Consumers, Madam President, will have clearly defined rights protected under the law. The current Act has limited opportunities for public participation, but this bill requires public notice of license applications, public review of plans, public consultations, and publication of reports and decisions. So greater transparency and public participation is present in this bill. The current Act has limited regulatory powers, although there is a NERC established, but the regulations for the NERC were embedded in the legislation. There was a formula in the legislation that is used by the NERC to ensure that the company got their guaranteed rate of return. In this new bill, it provides authority to license participants, establish tariff methodologies, develop grid codes, set service standards, resolve disputes, monitor performance, and enforce compliance. So the regulator will have the tools necessary to oversee a modern electricity sector. The current Act had no dedicated competition framework, but under this new bill, anti-competitive conduct, it has anti-competitive conduct provisions, abuse of dominance protections, merger oversight, and market monitoring powers. So the bill promotes innovation and investment while protecting consumers. The current Act focuses heavily on fuel cost and rate of return regulation. But in the new bill, it introduces tariff methodologies, scheduled reviews, extraordinary reviews, cross-subsidies, direct subsidies, and electricity service levies. So the new framework balances affordability, transparency, and financial sustainability. Under the current Act, no comprehensive framework was included. But this new bill creates self-generation licenses, interconnection agreements, net billing, net metering, and export-to-grid provisions. So the bill empowers citizens, Madam President, and businesses to become active participants in the energy sector. Ça veut dire, Madam President, nous te ni pour wete pour Lucilec ban nou kouan. À présent, nous ça fait kouan nous-mêmes. We can generate our own electricity now. We have been able to do it from 2016, but now, under this bill, it would provide greater accessibility as long as we have the resources to do so in order to generate our own electricity. So the dependence, the heavy dependence on the electric company to supply electricity to us is not going to be as strong as it was before. And this bill allows for that. Under the current act, electrical licensing provisions are largely addressed elsewhere, while this bill provides for electricity licensing authority governance, licensing examinations for our electrical personnel, inspection requirements, installation approvals, and enforcement mechanisms. So the legislation strengthens public safety through improved regulation of electrical work. I was really surprised when I attended a conference overseas and was told that there are some Caribbean jurisdictions where the provision for electrical licensing of our electrical engineers, technicians, and so on, electrical inspectors, there was no provision. There was no provision for you to go, for one to go to inspect a property to ensure that their electrical system was intact. And that is a very major safety breach. The current act does not directly address energy security or resilience, but this new bill encourages local energy production, supports energy diversification, enables microgrid development, strengthens resilience planning, and reduces exposure to international fuel market shocks. So energy security is a national security. Greater use, it allows for greater use of local renewable energy, support for distributed generation, stronger climate resilience planning, and more control over St. Lucia's energy future. So the benefits to the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Deputy President, this bill allows for more reliable service of electricity, fairer, clearer pricing, stronger consumer protections, more ways to join renewable energy, universal access for all, and a more resilient, disaster-ready grid. The benefit to businesses is that it provides a clear pathways for self-generation, predictable grid interconnection processes, competitive renewable energy opportunities, greater tariff transparency, and fair market access. And for investors, regulatory certainty, transparent licensing processes, security of investment, competitive procurement opportunities, and long-term planning certainty through the Integrated Resource and Resilience Plan. Mr. Deputy President, I therefore present this electricity bill, one that has been long awaited, one that will revolutionize our electricity sector, one that will allow for participation of individuals, businesses, and investors in enhancing St. Lucia's energy security and, by extension, our national development. I thereby commend this bill to this Honorable Senate for your approval. Thank you.
Senators, the question is that the electricity bill be read a second time. Senator Fede.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I will say on the onset that the opposition benches here we are in support of the thrust to liberalize the energy sector. And we are in support, Mr. President, of efforts made to create a cheaper energy rate for the people of St. Lucia. So anything that is done in that regard, yes. But Mr. President, we do have quite a number of concerns. I take it that this is repealing the St. Lucia Supplies Act. I didn't hear the senator say so explicitly, but I gather by inference, the inferences that she has made, that this is repealing the St. Lucia Supplies Act. So, or does it remain in place? Because that would be a very important question for us to ask. How does it then exist alongside the current St. Lucia Supplies Act? If it doesn't repeal it, that would be a very important question from the opposition benches. It's not clear in the legislation as to whether it repeals it. We tried to go through as much as it is 169 pages, and we have been trying to determine that question, which is why my colleague at the onset, when it was proposed that the legislation go through all of its stages today, my colleague signaled no, because we were very concerned that this is too important for us to suspend the normal process that legislation should go through, which is a major bill like this with 169 pages. We would have liked for there to have been a lot more consultation and for us to understand the legislation, albeit it came a week or so to us, and we have tried as the opposition along with the other
The Deputy President, on a point of order.
Yes, Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Deputy President, this bill, the member is misleading the House. This bill was read twice as first reading and was presented to all members of Parliament twice. So the opposition has been privy to this bill for many months. How many months ago? Twice. This is the third.
Sorry.
This is the third time that this bill.
For my own knowledge, has the bill not been? I know it has come to the House before and has gone out for consultation. Were amendments not made pursuant to those consultations since the last presentation?
Mr. Deputy President.
Okay.
And the opposition was consulted, was invited to consult. I've not consulted, my apologies. But the opposition was invited to consultations on this bill from since 2023.
Yes, Senator Preville.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. I'm just seeking a point of elucidation.
Well,
okay. I may seek it.
Let's, because you can't ask for, I suspect you want to ask elucidation from the leader of government business, but since your colleague is on the floor, yes, go ahead, Senator. No, you go ahead. Yes, because he can't ask for elucidation. Yes, but you are the one who's on the floor, so a question of elucidation would have to go to you. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
All right, so you have a point of elucidation?
No,
okay. So at the onset, we did suspend the standing order to allow the bill to go through all three stages today, didn't we? So why did we do that? If the bill came here twice before, that's the confusion.
That's not come here, that's been done.
Yeah.
If you want to stand on a point of elucidation, you can, and if you will yield.
Yes, Mr. Deputy President, the bill was read a first time, did the first reading on 2 occasions. However, the House, how do you call it, prorogued?
Prorogued.
Right. The House was prorogued. So we brought it back a third time, and so we had to go through all the stages. The first and the second, and now hopefully we'll go to the third. Okay?
So that's the confusion there for me, in that I am under the impression that this is something new that you're bringing, because you did ask to suspend the standing orders at the onset of your presentation, and then Senator Prevost indicated that no, he's not in agreement of it, because and so hence the confusion that, so I'm not trying to mislead the House at all. It's just that from the onset, that was what was presented. Anyway, ma'am, so Mr. President, so the liberalization of the electricity sector, I have a question as it pertains to the distribution of electricity. Is it one company still allowed to distribute electricity, or all the other people who are generating energy in the renewable energy space, will they be allowed to generate electricity as well? Or does this definition of liberalization still holds a monopoly as it pertains to the distribution of electricity? Or have we now allowed other companies apart from Lucia to generate and to distribute electricity as well? So that's a question that we do have. Maybe the legislation did address that, but I wasn't able to decipher whether we will now have more than one company that is distributing the electricity. Mr. President, I am also concerned, given that the National Insurance Corporation, central government, as well as the City Council are shareholders in the Lucia Electricity Company. If we're saying now that we're allowing competition and we're allowing other companies to generate and to distribute, my question is, what are the implications for central government revenue on taxes? What is the implication for not taxes, but in terms of government revenue, government would share in the profits of Lucia, as well as the National Insurance Corporation, the NIC, Mr. President, in our Social Security, would benefit significantly from the investments into Lucia. I have seen actuarial science reports which suggest that the NIC National Security Fund is severely compromised because of the fact that our birth rates are declining and people have had to work harder and longer and take their pension at an older age in order to make our pension national security more sustainable. So if it is that we're now going to create competition for Lucia, of which the National Security Fund is a shareholder, what implications this is going to have to the proceeds or the returns that the National Security Fund, our pension fund, would share in. So that's something I would like the senator to address. And I'm asking these questions very honestly because as I think of competition and as I think of what the financial implications can be, I do have these concerns. I note the enthusiasm and the vigor with which the senator has presented the new legislation, but I am also concerned about the access that low-income families may have to the renewable energy space. Mr. President, I know that from experience that investing in solar technology, for example, is very expensive. The photovoltaic equipment could cost you about 40 grand for you to do it. Not a lot of people have $40,000 laying around. So is there another financial plan to help finance those families that may want to self-generate their electricity from solar technology, for example? I don't know if there are grants or subventions or whatever the government may be looking at, but this is something that we ought to consider if this is going to work in terms of the detail, the granular detail for this legislation to be given effectiveness if it is going to happen. So for me, I'm very concerned about that. The solar technology remains out of the reach of many, many, many families today as it stands. What in this legislation is going to change that, and how will this new piece of legislation cause this situation to change, where not just, you know, the wealthy families or not just the higher middle class people who will be able to afford the solar technology, but what do we do about those individuals who can't afford the solar technology right now? Mr. President, one of the things to consider is the size of our population and the size of the market. So while I am a big proponent of competition and innovation and liberalization, and there to be for us to think big and so on, I'm also very aware of the fact, acutely aware, that in a lot of businesses, a lot of sectors, you need a critical mass for it to work. And the cost is going to be high the smaller the size of the market. The fewer the customers, the higher the service is going to be of any commodity. And I think in electricity provision, I think that is one such scenario. If it is that, let's say, the corporate sector comes off of the grid, just an example, I'm throwing a scenario, I'm no energy expert. So let's just say the hotels come off, the factories come off, and all that is left really are the residential consumers. Now I know, based on the tariff system, as far as I'm aware, the business sector has a higher tariff rate and would account for a significant portion of the revenues and the profits towards the existing electricity company. And so if they now come off the grid, then what does that do to the rate of tariff that those that are left on the grid or left on the existing scenario, what does it do to their electricity bills? And, you know, I would just like some more clarity. I'm sure that the senator and the government has this all worked out, but I would like an explanation because that is a consideration for me, that low-income families that can't make the investment into the infrastructure that is required for you to actually self-generate and for you to have storage, batteries and so on. This is an expensive endeavor to be able to do that. So what is the plan, and how do we take care of that side of that conversation is a very critical question that I do have in terms of the residential consumers who are unable to afford the infrastructure. Yeah, so that basically is, one final thing was the 50% renewable energy. I agree with the senator that is very ambitious. I'm not sure what percentage does the renewable sector provide for our in the mix? What proportion of our electricity consumption is provided by renewables? Where are we at today? How far are we from the 50%? Is renewables 10%, 15% now? I don't have that number. I don't know. So it would be good to know from the government side, where are we now in terms of the ratio of renewable energy versus fossil fuel. So, but just to say, Mr. President, that I'll end the way I started, that we do support the overarching intent. I know that our administration, while we were in government, would have had a lot of issues to work out. Obviously, there was a contract and an investment agreement with the existing electricity company, which would have gone way back for many, many decades. I think that expires sometime in 2046, I believe. And so it is a very, very, very complex issue to work around in terms of the full liberalization of our energy sector. So the United Workers' Party, the opposition, we do support moves to help to reduce the electricity bills of individuals. I remember during COVID, Mr. President, that we understand very, very clearly how many people weren't able to afford the bills during the pandemic, and they had a lot of piled up bills that they had to pay in terms of electricity. And we were very, very, very blessed to have been able to get funding from the World Bank to assist those individuals with grants to help them to pay their electricity bills, which can at times prove very expensive. And I do agree with the senator about the price volatility which we face all the time as a result of geopolitical as well as market shocks to energy prices globally. I mean, I received my electricity bill recently, and I was shocked at the significant increase, the meteoric rise in the increase in the bill which we have received. We're now in the hot season, in the summer months, where it could get a lot hotter than the winter months when we get some cold fronts at night. So the fan and the air conditioning is on a lot more for a lot of people, and so it gets very, very expensive to cool families down. So I am very much in support, Mr. President, of anything that is going to help families and businesses to be more competitive. You know, when we think of our productive sectors like tourism and manufacturing and the importance that energy plays towards their competitiveness. I mean, we take, for example, in Dominican Republic and Mexico and other jurisdictions right here in the Caribbean and Trinidad, for example, and when you compare the prices between St. Lucia and these other countries for electricity, it does put some of our businesses within the productive sectors of manufacturing and tourism, for example, at a tremendous disadvantage. I know in the hotel industry, one of the major costs is the energy costs. Some hotels, Mr. President, pay over $1 million a month for their energy bills, which is quite a significant sum of their operating costs. It could be as much as 33% in some cases, and it doesn't leave those businesses with a fighting chance to compete against their other counterparts in cheaper destinations. So this is going in the right direction, but I do have a lot of questions about a lot of the details. Thank you.
Senator Preville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, my colleague Senator Fede would have pointed out my intervention earlier on when the matter was put before us in terms of the suspension of the particular standing order to allow this bill to go through all its stages. And I have subsequently been advised by the leader of government business why we are going through this here in the manner that we are. So I was honestly confused because it said first reading. So I crave the indulgence of my colleagues in my interpretation of what we have before us. But I think this particular piece of legislation is very, very important. If you ask me, it is perhaps one of the most important pieces of legislation we will be passing in this House for the foreseeable future that impacts both households, ordinary people, and our productive sector. And it will signal, in my view, how we are working towards creating a business environment to attract businesses. So I think this is very important. And this is why, in keeping with some of the comments made earlier by the Deputy President, where he cautioned about taking bills through all the stages in one sitting, this is why I think this is so important that I know the ayes will have it. That's the process here. But for the record, I will say this is so important that if we could give ourselves as the Senate a little more time to reflect on this, we might do our country a world of good. As I said, I know the ayes will have it. But this is very, very important. And I would love to have had the opportunity as the Senate. And Mr. Deputy President, I see the Senate, as we were discussing during lunch, I see the Senate as the last line of defense between legislation and the public, the rules, the laws that will impact all of us. The Senate is the last line that ensures that the nation of St. Lucia gets it right. We have to get it right when we sit here and we agree on any piece of legislation. We are the last line of defense. So I take the work we do here very, very seriously. And so any comment I make here, Mr. Deputy President, is and should be seen in that light, not for opposition purposes, just so that we get it right. So, this legislation, at the outset, its intent, I support wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly. But there are some details in here I think we are obliged to pay some attention to. The current situation with a provider, which is a monopoly in terms of both, more in terms of both distribution, because we do have right now some level of generation, exists because mainly we had a particular system of generation and we have a particular population size. And because of that population size and its makeup, it lends itself to what you call a natural monopoly. What this legislation seeks to do is to break, in a sense, this natural monopoly environment. And in doing that, it seeks to achieve at least two things. One, greater efficiency in terms of cost, I would assume, of the product, the final product, electricity. And it intends to do that by generating what we call competition in the market. So competition in the market should be able to give more providers or more suppliers of the power, the electricity, and therefore persons would be in a position to self-generate and in that process lower their cost of electricity, become more productive, more competitive, and that is good. At the same time, it seeks to give us resilience in terms of depending less on fossil fuels, give us more resilience in terms of alternative sustainable sources of generating electricity. And these are some of the benefits I see immediately from this new bill. But there are some concerns in terms of some of the implications. Because Senator Fede raised some points I think we need to give due consideration. And not for a moment do I believe that some of what Senator Fede raised there have not yet been considered in the drafting of this legislation. I would tell myself that this would have been considered. But it bears us here as the Senate taking a close look at them. Because unless the legislation provides some form of ring fencing or some mechanism which would not allow, for instance, those who are capable of self-generating to not generate totally for themselves. In other words, and he made the point, if you were to, those who have the capacity, your hotels, your big business, if they were to be able to employ their own self-generating capacity, either for photovoltaic or wind energy, and they are off the grid, we will be leaving the main supplier on generator and distributor of electricity with a smaller market to serve. And therefore, there is the possibility that the cost to the existing recipients of the electricity from that sole generator having to face increased costs. I am sure this is not the intent of this act. But what we need to pay attention to is whether that could be a possible outcome. And if so, how do we safeguard ourselves from that outcome? So, Madam, you're back. Welcome back, Madam President. So the question is, how do we seek to achieve what the leader of government business has so brilliantly articulated there, while ensuring we do not expose ourselves in other areas? So, Madam President, it is a question of how and the details, and that's where I think the devil lies, in the details, the how. Is it that we encourage the existing provider, or is there a way we can encourage the existing provider to itself as a dominant provider and the sole distributor in our space? Can we use legislation to cause the change to take place in the production system of that supplier to lower cost? And here I speak about not just using the renewable photovoltaic systems and so forth. What about LNG fuel? LNG as a source of fuel for generation. Isn't that one of the ways that we can ensure the existing supplier lowers cost of production, and so that when some of those who are able to use renewable systems, energy systems, get and they produce for themselves, the cost of production for the main supplier is much lower, so that if the market share reduces, there is the possibility that the remainders of the beneficiaries of the Lucia, in this case, don't experience higher prices. So there are some questions here that I think require some thought. Madam President, I am particularly happy with the section of the legislation when you look at Division 9, which treats with competition. I'm happy with this. Now, I think, and that is why I have started off by asking that we do a little pause in terms of how fast we go with approving this legislation here. Because the section on competition I have read, and I think I try to understand it, but I'm not sure it holds together throughout. Because it speaks on the section 66, prohibition on hindering competition, and it outlines arrangements that, if entered into, that lead to prohibiting competition. It outlines the penalties or what should not happen. But then it speaks lower down to mergers and acquisitions excluded. But 67 says an arrangement is not an anti-competitive arrangement if it is entered into for the purpose of or part of a merger or acquisition. And so I was trying to follow carefully everything under that section, because that, as the leader of government business indicated, is an important section which we do not have in the existing Electricity Act. So getting that right is important, and I maybe I have not interpreted it well, and that is perhaps why I'm calling for a little pause as to how fast we proceed with enacting passing this legislation today. Because if we have, and it is intended that we have a number of suppliers in the production side of renewable electricity, and hopefully using renewable systems, I don't anticipate that those suppliers will be going into joint ventures and mergers. But if they do, how it is treated with here is a little confusing to me. So I am a bit wary of that section. I know what it is intended to do, but to me, I am not so sure it is as pellucid as it could be. I'm not a drafter, but I think perhaps we may want to spend some time looking at it. So, Madam President, my contribution on this very important piece of legislation is to say that I support the thrust of the legislation. I support the intent of the legislation. I welcome what this is intended to do, because, as I said at the start, this is perhaps one of the single most revolutionary piece of legislation for our country, both at the household level and at the production, the firm level. But there are some outcomes that could be realized that may not be what we desire as this thing unfolds. And my colleague Senator Fede raised some issues with respect to the role that the existing supplier Lucia plays in our energy process and the revenue generating process to the state. And I think to the extent that we could have systems that encourage our main provider and supplier to move away from fossil fuels, to embrace exactly what we intend to do here in using renewables, I think if we could get that to happen, it would be a very important component of the overall mix. So with that, Madam President, I thank you, and I thank colleagues, and I thank the leader of government business for the presentation that give further light on this piece of legislation. I thank you.
Senator Charles.
Madam President, I first want to thank the leader of government business for I think, a very excellent presentation on justifying the new legislation. But I approach this debate with some mixed feelings. Having to, almost a dilemma, having to put myself between whether I am very obedient to our standing orders and procedures and insist, as my colleague was attempting, to ensure that we have sufficient time for consultation, or on the other hand, my bigger goal of ensuring that we have some radical transformation of the legislation which governs our electricity services. And I think it's easy for me, I would opt for the latter. Because I think we're all aware the dangers of monopolies in small states, notwithstanding the language, the propaganda, and I use this term in a very advisedly, the propaganda of monopolies that they are probably the most efficient way of delivering services to us because of our small size. But we have to bear in mind that, on the other hand, we exist in imperfect markets. So you cannot say you just move quickly to a perfect market situation and expect the market to solve your problems. And the economists among us would know that. But at the same time, I want to invoke the spirit of someone like former President of the Senate, Honorable Calix George, who I'm sure he's probably following the debate, and he is one who would have been advocating very strongly for the repealing of the Electricity Supply Act, which first was passed in 1966, amended in 1966, and then 1994. But what was the common thread between these two versions of the Act was the legal protection that the monopoly had to guarantee their profits. And I think Senator, Leader of Government Business, did indicate that the difference between the Supplies Act and the legislation now is that the pricing mechanisms would be different, whereas the regulator would determine prices as opposed to before. But we must bear in mind, when a country hears about modernization of legislation and addressing Lucilec, the first thing that comes to their mind, will prices go down? Will we get lower prices for electricity? And I'm glad that Leader of Government Business said fair pricing. And again, you have to take this in context, because the regulator has to be strong. In a country like ours, where the incumbent has entrenched so deeply in the delivery of the service, the regulator has to be very strong. Because when I look at the legislation, the company as is defined in the legislation is all over the Act. Provision is still made and given for the company to some extent, maybe not by intentionally, but to have some significant influence on what happens. So I go back to the Leader of Government Business intent in a statement that the purpose of the Act is for transformation. And I think this is a very bold statement, because we need to ask ourselves, what are we trying to transform? We're trying to transform the sector. Electricity is made up of generation, transmission, and distribution. Somebody might say very simply that it makes no sense giving a license to another company to run a lot of poles alongside Lucilec. This is a debate that was existing when liberalization of telecom sector was happening around in St. Lucia and in the Eastern Caribbean. And of course, the incumbent flow was pushing the very same propaganda, and people really bought into it. Why you want to have a parallel set of poles all over the place, really denuding the environment, why not allow the existing poles to be used for the distribution by a new company? But of course, you had issues of interconnection and use of poles, and all these things come up. So I think we have to bear in mind that when we're looking at the new legislation, what components are being, quote unquote, liberalized from monopoly to liberalization. And the component that comes quickly to mind, which was clearly stated by the leader of government business, is generation. Why not distribution? Why not have a situation where a small independent distributor with a license establishes a little network somewhere that has a new housing development and decides I can buy from a big generator, transmit it to my distribution system, and distribute to the small community? Just theoretically, we can think about these things. Because we just take it for granted that nobody would want to do it. And besides, the technology of everything is changing. We never thought that you could have distributed telecommunication services wireless as we do now. Some companies can establish your service in your country, and they don't run any poles. They run a few towers and they distribute to certain nodes, and then you distribute to who says in the future electricity will not be like this? I think we have to know these days you can charge your cell phone by dropping it on a tablet. You don't have to attach any wires. So we have to bear in mind, we have to be a bit futuristic. I may sound over futuristic, but you have to be futuristic. Because very soon we'll be caught up with the new technology and we'll have to change the legislation. And I say this because when the Telecoms Act was passed in 2000, we were somewhat anxious. We were in a hurry to get it passed because there was the feeling that do it now, we can always amend it later. We are 26 years since 2020. And we yet had the courage, and that's why I have to go back to somebody like Alex George. We don't have the courage or perhaps the will to bring the new legislation into Parliament to make the necessary amendments to this Telecommunications Act. Yeah, the bill was passed in 2000, right, John? Yeah, 2000. So I think we have to think of all of these things. And Madam President, when I started, is not to stand to object in principle, to support the bill, but also to say that there are lots of things in the bill that we have to look at. And I will just probably cite a few of them. And to focus on transformation, the bill to me does not pay sufficient attention to alternative energy generation. And the reason why I say this, the company Lucia, which is still given a lot of leeway to produce using fossil fuels. We're talking about transformation from dependence on fossil fuels to alternative sources. But I don't see anything explicitly in the bill which gives that kind of incentive or impetus to perhaps small producers to focus and to give them the comfort to go into generation, because they have to deal with the issue of interconnection. And there are some issues on interconnection which I think we have to bear in mind, and I'll come to the section in a while on interconnection. I think it is, yeah. Interconnection is usually a very tricky issue in utilities. The incumbent always is at an advantage. And I want to go to section division 6, clause 48, number 3. Notwithstanding subsection 1, a network licensee shall conclude a temporary interconnection agreement with a self-generator, that's an IPP, with an existing interconnection. We have the same clause? I just use IPP in yeah. Page 53. Minus 53. Yeah, it's 48.3. Interconnection of a cell generator with an existing interconnection to the grid of a network licensee at the commencement of this act, and the temporary interconnection agreement must be converted into an interconnection agreement after the cell generator obtains a cell generation license. It looks pretty straightforward in that you must have the license as a cell generator, which is, I'm substituting the term independent power producer as well, as a self-generator to generate electricity to get into the network. But the point I'm making here is that using the example of, or the history of what happened in the telecom sector, a lot of independent producers of telecom services had tremendous challenges interconnecting with the incumbents. We just have to bear this in mind. I also want to go to the section dealing with competition. I think Senator Preble spoke about competition. Generally, I think provisions are made under the legislation covering the NERC to deal with the issue of abuse of a dominant position. But in the Caribbean, the reality speaks differently. We know of the mergers that have existed in the past and in recent times, and the competition laws are not strong enough to stop these mergers. So what says that the incumbent power company can set up a subsidiary to get into alternative energy, and then the two merge afterwards, closing that space for others and almost getting yourself into a dominant position, squeezing the smaller people out of competition. The bill does allow, to some extent, for anyone to develop renewable projects, including Lucilec. But if Lucilec, which already has an advantage in terms of its capacity to invest, begins to dominate that alternative energy sector, that certainly wouldn't inspire confidence in a number of small providers to get into alternative energy. So I think there has to be some provision, perhaps not in the legislation, to give the kind of incentive to local producers, independent producers, to generate energy through alternative sources, through renewables. The leader of government business spoke of our targets of 50% by 2030 it is, or 2035? 30. Right now we're probably below 5%, if that high. To get to 50% in 4 years is ambitious. My view is that for us to do that, as the people, we have to free up the conditions for people investing in alternative energy. We should remove all sorts of restrictions that are there if one wants to get into their own generation using solar panels. You still have the prohibiting costs, initial costs of investment. One still has to ensure that you understand net metering. So if you oversupply, that you get compensation from the power company. So there has to be a lot of work has to be done in terms of ensuring that our people understand what we're getting into if we're talking about transformation. And that's what sticks with me, is transformation. So it's not just simply changing the law, but there are a lot of things around the law that have to be changed, incentives and so forth, to ensure that we achieve what we want to achieve. As I said, Madam President, I mean, one can speak about several details, but my own excitement about seeing that piece of legislation through, I think I just want to ensure that there's no reservation or questioning about my commitment to supporting the legislation, but to bear in mind that there's still some work to be done as far as challenging the monopoly is concerned. And Madam President, with these remarks, I'll probably yield and allow my colleagues to make their contribution. Thank you.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. My colleague, Senator, indicated that when he read through the bill, he was conflicted. I am perhaps even more conflicted than he is, in a quite literal sense. And in good governance practice, let me declare my hand, I do work for the incumbent company. And also have some other connections which I won't mention right now. But I understand the motivation behind the legislation, and having listened to my colleague, independent senator, I'm perhaps even further conflicted because he has painted a very good picture of what could exist if we take this to the furthest extremes possible. And I'm also recognizing that we are sort of caught in a limbo situation, for want of a better expression, because the technology is moving in directions that we have no idea of. And we are still trying now to legislate to best improve our situation with no idea of where we are literally going in the long term. And so there are going to be inherent missteps, inherent conflicts in the legislation, and I think we need to recognize that and appreciate that it's not a perfect piece of legislation, and that notwithstanding our best intentions, there are going to be shortcomings. There are some other shortcomings, I think, when I go through the bill that may not be related to that, but I think we need to recognize that and give ourselves a little grace as we pursue what is not a one-stop. I think we need to recognize that from the outset. This cannot be a piece of legislation that we pass now and we leave for the next 50 years thinking, patting ourselves on the back, we've done it. This is something we're definitely going to have to revisit in the short term to make sure that as technology has changed and improved, that the legislation keeps pace with it. That being said, Madam President, there are certain things that come out or stand out to me when I read the legislation. Like my colleagues, I think, have pointed out, the role of the incumbent is still very front and center in the legislation. And perhaps there's no way around that given the way the industry has developed and given the fact that they do have certain resources and the sunk costs that it would take to bring in another challenger would require a tremendous amount of investment. So to ensure that, and I think most of us are here of a certain age, we remember things like load shedding and the conditions of our grid not too long ago, and that we can recognize the strides that have been made by the incumbent and the quality of service that we do obtain right now. And we need to make sure that in moving forward, we don't take steps back by making things worse, as I think my colleagues on the opposition benches have been at pains to point out. The legislation puts a tremendous amount of power in the hands of the National Utilities Regulatory Commission, the NERC. And one of the concerns I have from the outset is, are we going to invest the necessary resources in the NERC to ensure that it can fulfill the requirements of this act? Because it's all well and good saying, well, you know, we're going to put them in charge of regulating the company ensuring the tariffs, reviewing the company's environmental plans, reviewing the company's resilience plans, inspecting and approving, well, not inspecting, approving all the self-generation licenses, approving any independent producer licenses, and so forth. But that is a tremendous amount of undertaking. And given what we intend to happen from this legislation, we need to make sure that things happen in a timely fashion. We can't have a situation where the NERC is sitting on an application for a year or so before doing anything about it, as that will frustrate the goal of this legislation. I note the intentions for improvement that were pointed out by the leader of government business, the fact that the public will now have a say in the grant of new licenses. Although, reading the legislation, I'm not sure how that will work in practice, because the incumbent automatically gets an extension of its current license. Well, not extension. Its current license is grandfathered into the legislation. It continues to have a monopoly of generation of fossil electricity by fossil fuel. And as I understand the legislation, it will also continue to have a monopoly on the distribution and transmission of energy by whatever means generated. I also note and maybe I'm reading the act with a certain bias in mind, but again, the point I think that was being made by my colleague independent senator, although the legislation does make reference to renewable energy and the generation of electricity by renewable energy, I get the impression that the focus is really on photovoltaic generation, and not so much by wind, not so much by geothermal, not so much by water or any other technology that might come up in the future. And I said that might be just me reading with my personal bias, but that's the impression I get. And I think that is an area of the legislation that needs to be enhanced and strengthened. Additionally, when I look at Section 17 in particular, which deals with issue of a license, and maybe there is some intent in keeping things as loosely defined as possible to enable the NERC to fill in the gap, so to speak, in practice. But I don't get a very firm sense of the regime that is supposed to operate and govern the independent power producers. What exactly are they required to do? How exactly will they be governed? And what exactly will be the process of taking them from application through to authorization, through to operation? Like I said, it's very, very loose, and I'm sure they can fit under a generation license, but I think perhaps we do need to have a little bit more detail in the legislation and the way it operates. One concern I have as well with the legislation is that whereas we are seeking very much to reduce the cost of energy, to encourage other persons to produce energy, I'm wondering whether we are not creating a disincentive to conservation. And it's purely anecdotal, but I think it bears out. A number of persons have installed PV systems on their properties, and having realized that their electricity bills have gone down almost to zero, have then promptly installed air conditioning units throughout the entire house. And although, yes, they are saving money, they are in fact using a tremendously large amount of energy now because it's free in very large inverted commas. But they've already sunk that cost. They're not seeing a monthly payment that has to go out, and so they abuse the electricity supply. The hotels that my colleague senator mentioned as one of the largest consumers of electricity, I'm sure a large part of that is due to the fact that, one, they run the AC units pretty much 24/7 in the rooms to cool the rooms, make it comfortable for persons. But again, you're not at home, you're not paying the bill, you're not concerned. You allow the AC to run 24/7. I'm not sure how many of us use or have used installed motion sensor lights, for example, so that you leave the room, the lights automatically go off. There is, like I said, I'm worried that there's a disincentive, and we're creating a disincentive against using energy responsibly and ensuring that we are making the most efficient use of the energy that we are producing. The goal of producing 50% of our energy needs via renewable energy sources. Again, like I said, the sense I get is that we are focused on PV systems. Is all well and good and is very ambitious, but the practical concern I have with regard to that is, one, how are we storing energy and what is our backup? Because you have a day like today where it's tremendously overcast, and that impacts significantly on the output of your PV systems, which means that the incumbent, no matter how much PV you get onto the grid, has to have sufficient backup generation by the old means to ensure that whatever demands are made on the grid, it can supply. And that's a practical issue that we have to deal with. I note, and I'm assuming that is the reason behind it, there is a requirement for the company to do an estimate of demand and to do an estimate of the amount of PV it can absorb into the grid. And that is one of the reasons. Persons often have the view and the attitude, but I should be able to generate as much electricity as I want regardless. But not recognizing that unless you have battery storage, which is another very expensive element, and which I think is largely absent from this bill. Is storage there? No, I know it's mentioned, but in terms of... right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of the bill is very abstract, I find. And as I said, I understood that perhaps because we don't know exactly where the technology is going, and I have to give us some grace for that. But the bill is very, very abstract in its drafting. But I was saying, sorry, the fact is that if you have a day like today, or you have a sudden overcast period where the demand that was being supplied by PV systems is no longer provided, the grid has to be able to step in automatically and deal with it. And there are certain things that come with that in terms of the quality of power, the generation, and so forth. And that has to be taken into consideration. And it's going to impact whether we deal with the incumbent or we bring another company in to generate. It's going to impact on them. Let me turn then to the bill itself and some of the questions I think I have that hopefully the leader of government business can assist me with understanding. So if I start, and I'll try to take it, I won't necessarily go through all, you'll notice all the flags I have, but I won't go through all of them. But if I start on section 10, which deals with procurement process. I was trying to understand, because it says the Commission shall procure all new utility scale renewable generation capacity other than new fuel generation generation capacity under this Act, and shall manage and administer the procurement process. Does that mean that the Commission is now responsible for designing, planning, and purchasing? Or it says procure. Sorry? Yeah, by means of a competitive selection for generation capacity by existing or potential power producers and the company and its subsidiaries. What I'm trying to understand then is is there going to be some centralized process or system? Or is it that really what they're procuring is, in terms of granting the licenses will be granted through a competitive bidding process? So I'm saying it's not quite clear exactly what we are doing and how we are going to be doing it. Again, I'm just trying to understand what is being is the goal of the legislation in some cases. Under Section 17, which deals with the issue of the license, it points out that in granting an exclusive generation license, it must require that a network licensee enter into a power purchase agreement with an independent power producer, which is approved by the Commission. I wasn't sure how an exclusive generation license related to the network licensee in this particular case, and then related back to the independent power producer. And then what exactly was the Commission approving? Is it that it's approving that it means that the independent power producer had to be approved by the Commission? Is it approving the relationship between the two of them? What exactly is this subsection of 17(2)(b seeking to achieve? And throughout that sort of language is repeated that a network licensee must enter into a power purchase agreement for the purchase of electricity from an independent power producer. And the question I always have is why? What exactly? Why exactly do we need it to have it in this, expressed in this way? And for example, if there's no independent power producer, does that mean a license cannot be granted to the network licensee? The drafting I found was, like I said, very, very vague, and with all due respect to the drafters, I understand that they were up against a very difficult situation, but it was a little confusing to me. One of the important questions I have relates to Section 23, which is continuation of the license of the company. As I understand it, a major driving force behind this piece of legislation is to reduce the cost of energy production and obviously the end cost to the consumers. I note that at Section 23(1)(2), it says that the company shall pay to the Commission an annual network license of 1.5% of base revenue, excluding fuel and independent power producer cost. We can ignore the means by which it's paid. The important thing being that on an annualized basis, they have to pay a fee of 1.5% of base revenue. That's not profit, that's just base revenue. And I attempted to do some back of the hand calculations. If the incumbent company has base revenue of $100 million, which I understand it exceeds, but if we just use that figure, you're already adding almost $1 million in terms of an annual licensing fee. That's something that's going to get passed on. That is going to get passed on. So I'm wondering whether, again, in our attempt to reduce cost, we are not shifting and adding costs elsewise, because this is a tremendous administrative burden. As I said, it requires a lot from the NERC, which is, I understand, is going to require a lot of money. But oftentimes, what we do is we create a large amount of compliance risk by request or requiring all of these regulations to be complied with, which increase cost in a number of ways. So I'm just wondering whether in our attempt to reduce cost, we're not in fact making things more expensive. A general drafting question on 25. It makes reference to landing tax and trade tax. I'm not sure what those are. They're not defined in the legislation, and I'm not sure what exactly we're exempting the company from in relation to that. So that's Section 25. 1. The relationship with government I found to be very, very interesting as well. So it provides that if the license is terminated for any reason, government basically has the right to seize or take control of the assets of the whichever producer's license has been surrendered or revoked. And then it requires the government to pay all the shareholders out, as well as all bondholders, all debt holders. Again, I have a question with regard to the drafting in Section 30, because it refers to respective registered debt holders of the company and all preference shares issued, all registered debt holders of the company of all preference shares, which legally doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not sure what a debt holder of a preference share is. So the drafting here may need to be re-examined by the drafters. But again, we are putting a tremendous obligation on the company. Imagine, for example, if for heaven forbid, whatever reason, the incumbent were to lose its license. Can you imagine the financial costs that the government would be compelled by this piece of legislation to undertake? The shares are currently at least $21 per, and it's probably worth a little bit more than that at the moment. So it would be the government is being required, and I hope they never actually have to ever meet that obligation, but it's a tremendously onerous obligation that is being required or placed on the government by Section 30 of this legislation. Additionally, I read with a bit of interest, again looking at the consumer protection or the consumer rights sections, which is 54 and 55, and the obligations of the consumers. I noted under Section 55(6) that where the consumer is the water and sewage company or a government agency, and notwithstanding this section, the network licensee may set off in whole or in part the amount of arrears against sums due by the network licensee to the government. How is that going to operate in practice? What is the extent of the government, as we've defined it here, that the network licensee may be able to withhold or set off against? For example, would the NERC be considered part of the government? Would they be able to set off any debts from WASCO or other government agencies against the sums that are due to the NERC for its license? That is not very clear to me from the legislation. And so I was wondering, from a practical point of view, how does this section operate? It goes on to define government agency as including security, medical facilities, and fire prevention. So that means any debts from the police, from the fire service, from the hospitals, can be offset against monies due from the government writ large. So that's my last issue. It's not said in here, but I was just curious as to whether, for example, the self-generating license, is there a one-off fee, or is there going to be an annualized or a renewal fee attached to it? The legislation, I checked it, the legislation is silent, but just out of an abundance of caution, I thought let me ask the question as to whether there's an intention that there'll be a renewal fee attached to it, or if it's just a one-off payment. Second? I know it has a term. It has, I think, it's a 3-year term. Sorry, a 5-year term, and then you have to renew it. I was just wondering whether there's, when you come to renew, whether there's a fee attached, because I know a lot of persons who have done this or installed PV systems, have done so with the freedom to just pay and just have it there, and you're enjoying electricity and doing all sorts of things with it. Like I said, I'm just curious as to whether we are creating a disincentive against conservation. So as I said, with that, Madam President, I'm conflicted. I started that way, I'm going to end that way. I understand the motivation behind the legislation. I understand the difficulty that the drafters and the policymakers would have found themselves in, having to modernize something in an era of constant change where you're not sure exactly what the next technology might be. For example, we might find geothermal energy in the south of the island, and it completely makes all of this irrelevant to a large extent. But that is, I understand the framework in which we are operating. I caution that we need to review this regularly, that we cannot just pass it and assume that we've fixed the problem and that we have come up with a permanent solution. We're going to have to, in the same way we have a 5-year renewal for self-generation, I suspect it might be incumbent on us to review this piece of legislation within a 5-year period to ensure that it's still fit for purpose. And so with that, Madam President, I will bring an end to my conflicted presentation and take my seat. Thank you.
Senator Ignatius Jah.
Hi, Madam President. I rise to give support to this bill, which has been for a long time in the making. My understanding is in a previous parliament it had made its way here. It had been taken back and they had gone back to a lot of the partners and those of interest for further consultation and more consultation, and then it has made its way back to the parliament. I remember in a previous life, and I just found Tuesday, October 29, 2002, in the archive of the St. Lucia government.lc, government's intention to make St. Lucia a demonstration country in terms of sustainable energy use has again placed the island in the international spotlight. The latest agency to express interest in St. Lucia's efforts in that regard is the British Broadcasting Corporation, the BBC. And I recall myself, Madam President, I was then the Minister for Agriculture, when I got a call from a journalist of the BBC, Richard Black, who wanted to do an interview based on a speech that was then made by the then Prime Minister of St. Lucia in The Hague, who had made a statement that St. Lucia was going to be a renewable energy, a sustainable energy country by a certain year. And that was 2002. So I'm just citing this, and you can find it. I will not go to read all of it, but at the time one of the chief technical officers in there had done the interview, and subsequently I remember this gentleman coming to me at the ministry for that conversation. So here we are. So, and then of course I will admit that this bill is not perfect. We're not in a perfect world, but it is a start towards securing our energy future. This may very well be, and as indicated by one of the senators, that this may well be one of the most significant life-changing economic bills tabled in this parliament. It reminds me of again in that era in early 2000s when St. Lucia, along with 4 other OECS countries, decided they would change the landscape for telecoms operations in the OECS. We never dreamed of the day when the legislation was put in table and we made those changes. People were thinking of Captain Spock speaking on a phone and you could see the person on the other side. Today, every kid born today is using this. And so we couldn't wait until, of course, legislation always tries to catch up with the technology. But we got to make a start somewhere, and that would be my submission. And so when, again, the Labour Party administration has taken a bold leap, again, when many thought the sky would fall, and that was a big thing, that investors would not come to St. Lucia because we had brought in, we are going to break up the monopoly of telecoms. And of course, even the Prime Minister had to hold strain on now Sir Calix George for causing that turbulence and disruption, right? And it happened. And of course, he was ably supported by one Truscott Augustine in the department, which was just only a desk. Today, we have a whole utility regulatory commission. And that's how we evolve. So, it reminds me of, and I use the analogy of the big brands. And many of us will remember, big brands tend to have, feel the comfort of living in the past. And clinging to the past can be very hazardous. Successful companies get comfortable with what they know. When a new technology threatens their best-selling product, they usually ignore it or downplay it. They do this because the old products makes them a lot of money, and the new technology is unproven and has lower profit margins. This is the kind of space we're in. And so, somebody has referred to this as the innovator's dilemma. And we are replete with the examples when changes were being made. And some of us in this room will remember when there was the telex machine. And then we moved to the fax. And people figured, well, we got the fax machines and we're not going to worry. And fax was, the thing. And today you could just sit with this and you do all your transactions, money transactions, everything with the technology just changed. And Kodak moments. There we go. That has changed. And so where is Kodak? Where is Xerox? Where are the fax machines? Where are the diskettes? Alan Greenspan, who quoted Joseph Schumpeter, the great economist from Harvard, called that creative destruction. So it's the continuous process by which emerging technologies push out the old. Standards of living rise with incomes created by the productive facilities employing older, increasingly obsolete technologies are marshaled to finance the newly produced capital assets that embody cutting-edge technologies. So, Madam Speaker, I have faith. And we don't know what is behind the door, but until we open that door and take that step, we wouldn't know what is behind it. If we decide to remain here and say, well, this bit of legislation is not yet perfect, well, let's stop again and wait another year to get it perfect, I don't think we will ever do it. So we have to start somewhere, and this is why I stand to support. And I well recognize some of the concerns, some of the trepidations that we have, but I think we need to make a start. And As said by the leader of government business, energy security is national security. Look where we are today. When you look at your electricity bills, and it doesn't mean necessarily that immediately you will see the reductions in your energy bill tomorrow morning because this legislation is passed. But it means that in the future, we begin to insulate ourselves from the vagaries of the geopolitics. The next time it may not be the Straits of Hormuz. It could be somewhere else. We see what's happening in Ukraine and Russia. So we have to begin changing the business models. And I believe the main provider here, our only provider, they're one of the, if not the most efficient utility you're going to find anywhere in the Caribbean region. And I have said so here, I've said it anywhere else around the region when I meet with other utilities. They're very efficient utility. But still, we are heavily dependent on fossil fuels. We are blessed here with sunlight, more than a lot of other countries have. With many more hours, we have the possibility for wind, and now the testing for geothermal energy is taking place. And that too is another one that has been going on forever. But we shouldn't give up. See what has happened in Dominica. See what is going on in St. Kitts and Nevis. So there are possibilities. And if at that time in 2002, the target was that we would get to 35%, we are nowhere near that yet. But if we decide to put in the legislation, and there are a lot of young entrepreneurs and engineers around who have learned and mastered the technology, and they're trying, but there are still a lot of hurdles and barriers for them to enter the market. I think this piece of legislation allows for that, and this is why you have in the legislation the room for interconnection. You remember the challenges we had in the telecom sector for interconnections and so on, and number, transportability, and all of these things. So as we evolve, it will happen. We will certainly be coming back to this parliament. It may not be us, it may be other senators. But I'm sure this legislation, once we have it, things will happen. We'll begin the process, and people will see the opportunities that it presents, so that we can make our nation more secure from the vagaries of international politics and geopolitics and the conflicts that take place around the world because of our heavy reliance on fossil fuels. So it means that the business models, and including some types of the fossil fuels that we are using, and I know too that the power, our main provider, they also themselves have invested into renewable energy and are looking to be less dependent on carbon, to have a lower carbon footprint. And so they too have their own models going on to look at their business models and how they're going to make that balance. So it is having a balance. We do not have fossil fuels, and I don't know that there is any exploration going on in the near future that will take us there to determine whether we have fossil fuels or not. But except if our friends down in Oil Dorado might send a line to us, and I'm referring to Guyana, as they have found their new energy supplies. But the main thing is that we must have some diversity, and to decrease the reliance on imported fuels with a blending and harnessing our natural resources such as wind, solar, geothermal, so that at no single point that we can fail. And that making energy, and also the grid, we have to also help to encourage our main provider, who have to support everything that is going on, and that was quite rightly said about storage, and who is going to be the backup. And it's also a numbers game. If the utility is going to be the backup? How are you going to transmit if you are just doing generation? So all of these factors are coming into play, but I think the legislation makes provision for all of that, and the regulator, of course we have to pay the regulator. WASCO is the only one contributing to the NERC right now, and government, so now you will have the opportunity for the new players in that market to pay to the NERC for having that oversight. And it also, once you have that sort of regulatory framework, it allows for a more dynamic business environment, because people will have more confidence that there's not the kind of direct government intervention. When Lucia was given a guaranteed rate of return on the investment, at that time, because they were trying to move and stabilize the power sector in the country, and the Public Utilities Commission was discarded by the then government. They figured, look, you know, this thing, you guys are, the Public Utilities Commission is getting in the way of having a reliable supply. And the government decided we are going in a different direction, and they scrapped the need for a Public Utilities Commission. Today we are saying this is not the best way for governance, and so now we have a National Utilities Regulatory Commission, and that is the order of the day with regulating utilities in North America, in Europe, anywhere you go, you have regulatory systems for businesses to conduct themselves properly. So the bill also makes the provision to regulate the entire electricity ecosystem, including generators, network operators, independent power producers, self-generators, the consumers, and the electrical practitioners. And similar to what we had with WASCO going to the NERC for a tariff review, that is how it will be done properly. So the power company or the power companies will all have to go to the NERC to make their case and present their business models, their strategic plans, and their books. They have to table them so that they can be properly reviewed and a determination made through proper public consultation. This is what obtains if you go to Jamaica, the OUR, and now Barbados, the Fair Trade Commission, and Grenada has put in the PERC. So it is the way to go. And I think it's a start, it's a great start, and let us see in the near future how we will be able to advance that cause, reduce our dependence on fossil fuels, but as well, and not to forget, I think Senator Lee also made the point, or was it Senator Charles, about conservation. And again, it goes back to anything that we do, there must be the continuous education of our public, our consumers, our business people about energy conservation. And some of the technologies are already there for helping to reduce your consumption and to help you to conserve energy, because all of us depend on it. It will be the better for all of us. And if we have, and it is not just the importation of the fossil fuels and the carbon footprint, it is the impact it is having on our economies, our foreign exchange. So if we can make a dent, we can then be able to find resources to do other things in our country. But then we have more security. And then I think there's a case also for, if you're running the grid, the power company operating the grid also has to be given the kind of support and protection. And particularly in the world of cyber, we have to look at cyber security. These areas we must pay attention to, and I hope that we have all of these sorts of things that will be included in the bill, and so that the regulator will pay attention to all of that when the providers will come before them for tariff increases or tariff reviews for that matter, as well as for issuing licenses, to ensure that it is not just anyone walks off the street and say they are a provider. There'll be a proper process, proper standards will be established, and to review and to issue licenses for anyone who wants to get in the energy business. So, Madam President, I commend this bill and give it my unwavering support. Thank you very much.
Senator Albert Poyot.
Yes, Madam President, I rise to support the electricity bill that was presented by leader of government business in the Senate. And Madam President, I understand the sentiments that were expressed in this honorable chamber. However, when I reflect on what we refer to as the reality, and a few weeks ago, I was faced with reality. And reality is when Lucia decides whether it's a transformer that's blown up or whatever, and you see everything goes blackout. I went out of my balcony and I saw it was moonlight. I had not seen moonlight for a long time. And I said, it's so beautiful. I remember when we used to go out and say our little stories outside. And then I heard all the little tadpoles and those crickets making some sounds. I had not heard them for a while, Madam President.
Did you see any better things?
The gecko and all of them. I don't even see the sun. What do you call it? The betafe. I don't even see the betafe. But Madam President, I'm saying that to stress the importance of electricity. And anybody you say electricity, they will develop goosebumps, for the better or for the worse. Because as soon as electricity is gone, Madam President, no internet, no television, no water, no lights, some people no cooking, no ironing, no phone, tout bagay fini. No AC, whatever. Fun back, fun, nothing. So, Madam President, I understand that this bill, as expressed by members of the senators on the opposition side, the independent senators, that there will be some shortcomings. I don't expect anything to be perfect. And we will accept whatever ideas, whatever suggestions is most welcome. And Madam President, that experience I related there, I also experienced that in Grenada in 2004 when I visited the country after Hurricane Ivan, and they had gone back to primitive time. Everybody had to go to the river to wash, and I mean, it was so heart-wrenching. So in light of that, Madam President, in fact, this bill, I sat here in this chamber and listened in the lower house, and interestingly, Madam President, there was very little debate. So I don't know if everybody had their head in one bag, and they did not even talk about the bill, except the leader of the opposition. But there was no debate on the bill. It means let's go on with it. It's time for us to get started. And I recall the Prime Minister was putting pressure on the then Minister of Infrastructure, who was responsible for utilities, and asking, where is that bill? Where is that bill? We need that bill to go forward. So with all due respect, I know we have been waiting for the last 20-something years. to see whether we'll get new legislation. So I welcome the idea that something is happening and it will be for better. There will be some hurdles, there will be some challenges, but we are making a start. And I'm happy we are part of the history. Those of us who are here, we need to applaud ourselves that we are part of that history, that we have the courage to support this legislation to begin to make a change in the lives of our people. As we mentioned, the journey starts with the first step, and with every piece of legislation, what I believe should come soon after is the regulation. And the regulation will refine some of the things that are written there to give some specific indicators as to how certain things must be done. It's a pity it didn't come with it, but we are hoping that the government will see the need to expedite the process. Madam President, during the debate as in the lower house, the new minister responsible for utility, Honorable Sean Edward, he highlighted what the leader of government business, talking about the amount of money that we spend in fossil fuel in 2024. And then we are saying that we are over-reliance on fossil fuel for our energy needs. However, Minister Kirsten Charles, who is responsible for electricity and water, he mentioned that there will be consumer prepaid billing. So people will have an idea, a way of managing how they pay their electricity. And that has been proposed. I think in Dominica they are using that. So people don't get a surprise when the electricity bill comes. And then there will be a role for independent power generators in the new grid. Madam President, the government has articulated that in its electricity and energy policy, the government aims to enact new legislation, which is what we are about to do, designed to support seamless integration of renewable energy, incorporating solar, wind, and geothermal sources in the national energy mix to ensure long-term sustainability. So let us hope and pray that we begin to unfold these new areas to help the existing situation. Thus, this strategic objective was further reinforced and emphasized if you look at the Prime Minister's budget address on page 37, where the Prime Minister said on the dedicated renewable energy section, where he explicitly stated, this year the government will pass the Transformative Electricity Supply Act to formalize the sustainable commercial and domestic use of alternative and renewable energy sources. We have to hold the government accountable because the Prime Minister made that promise. This legislative priority was further stated in the throne speech by the Governor General, where on page 6 it was confirmed that the long-awaited electricity bill will be passed. The governor was very confident, and here we are wondering whether we should allow it to pass. But he was very confident, and he said that it will be passed this year. Maybe not now, maybe this year, we don't know, it has a lot more months to go, including specific acts relating to the regulation of fossil fuels, and the promotion of alternative energy. So here we are fulfilling that promise so that we get this legislation going and we begin to look at alternative forms of energy to improve the quality of life for St. Lucians. Madam President, my lady, Le nou pase bil sa la. Pa espere si men pochen la kay nyon mi wak. Kote moun kay we bil yo desan, yo pa ni pou paye an chay pou kouwan, c'est pas ça. Nou ka mette bagay en place, so en tant ki ka vini, moun kay we bagay gade primaire. Nou kay we bagay éprouvé, nou kay we peut-être puis kouwan pe desan, nou kay ni différentes manières pour mener kouwan pour moun sa jwenn électricité pour faire différents bagages en pays. So c'est pour ça nous voulons passer loi ça là. Parce qu'il y a over à peu près 20 années nous avons espéré pour mettre loi ça là. Vieille loi qui là, ça a là, ça a aussi, en change bagages là qui a dans pas nécessaire. Ce gouvernement qui a mangé ça, baissé mon actuellement. And Madam President, we must not be afraid to take this step that we are taking today, because the Prime Minister and his government have always stuck to promises made and promises kept. We just have to keep reminding them and giving them the support so that we can see results. And I take a page from our Olympic champion, Julian Alfred. This young lady is a point of encouragement for us. Who had ever thought that one day we would have somebody on the track competing with the biggest countries in the world, the richest countries in the world, and little Julian Alfred from Cicero took on the gold medal, Madam President. We have had 2 Nobel Prize winners, Madam President. We have had Darren Sammy taking West Indies to 220 World Cup champion, Madam President. And I was at Dame Paulette Louisy. They were doing some farewell for the outgoing principal, Eflin Leonce. Let me commend her and congratulate her for giving 42 years service to St. Lucia. And there the question was asked to the students. And they asked, how many of you all have WhatsApp? Madam President, I was shocked to see the number of hands that went up. And that's telling you our next generation, they are already over-reliant on technology and electricity for them to do the things that they want to do to survive. Madam President, the government gave the assurance that there will be regulatory oversight which will come from the NUC. There will be consumer protection they were given an assurance. And then we should be in a position to modernize our energy sector with greater energy security. Madam President, when we talk of the regulatory body to the energy sector, we cannot always assume that what is there now will always be. But one of the things that we have to safeguard ourselves is for political interference in some institution, and that can kill some of the initiatives that we are taking up. And therefore, when we establish independent bodies to do what we think is best for the country, we need to give them that breathing space so that we can see results. And I trust that this discussion here, Madam President, will stimulate further discussion. It will raise the awareness that something is happening. And let St. Lucians ask questions. Let them come forward. Let us have the community meetings and explain to the people what this legislation is all about. How do they stand to benefit from this legislation? It cannot be a secret document that we discuss here. Maybe everybody at work, some people are going home, they haven't heard it, and they couldn't be bothered. But we have to find creative ways of reaching them and letting them know what we are doing on their behalf, what the government is doing on their behalf, and how they stand to benefit, how St. Lucia stand to prosper as a result of this legislation. It cannot be paperwork. And I trust the drafters of this legislation put their all. However, some of the issues that are raised here should not fall on deaf ears. We have to take the issues seriously, and we must engage in the future discussion as we move forward. With that, Madam President, I give my full support to this bill so that we can begin to benefit from whatever its intention is. I thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you, Senators, for your contribution to this debate. This has been a healthy debate. I really want to commend all Senators because the level of discourse has been very rich. Madam President, I would first start by recognizing the importance of stability in the Senate, because we recall that this bill came for first reading to the Senate on the 27th of February 2025, and it came back again on August 21st, 2025 for first reading. So this is the third time that this bill has been presented. The government exercised much caution, to my mind, before bringing this bill to all the other stages at this time, and particularly requested that there be further consultation with the public. I saw in the media, Madam President, that there was consultation with the business sector, with the tourism sector, and there were several other town hall meetings in various communities. And so, Madam President, we cannot fault the Parliament for submitting this bill and some senators not having the ability to peruse the bill thoroughly. Madam President, it just speaks to perhaps greater stability that is needed, because perhaps those who were there before did not pass on the information. Madam President, also, it's important when we receive these bills for us to go through them, because some of the questions that are asked are right there in the bill. Perhaps if we just do a cursory glance of the table of contents, we would realize that some questions are answered. The question of repeal is right there in the bill. It actually says at section 167 that the Electricity Supply Act, chapter 9.02, and the Electricity Regulations, chapter 902, are repealed. It is right there. So it's important for us to go through the bill in order to know its contents. Madam President, like my colleagues have said, this bill is not perfect. And just like many of the pieces of legislation, they're enacted and afterwards they come up for amendments. A lot of what we did today related to amendments to bills. I recall I think it was Senator Charles who was the managing director of ECTEL at the time. I was on the ECTEL board, and we were discussing, Madam President, how do we regulate Magic Jack? How do we regulate, I think it was another thing called Net to Speak. We were there discussing because we felt that people were getting a service that was beyond what they were supposed to get, and therefore there was need to regulate Magic Jack. Now I am sitting as on ECTEL as a regulator, but I have my little Magic Jack at my home because I have my relatives overseas that I use Magic Jack to communicate with. So I'm trembling that when they regulate Magic Jack, it will fall on me. I will have to pay Magic Jack. Then up comes WhatsApp. Yeah? And Facebook. And WhatsApp has evolved into a platform that first allowed for audio, for text messaging, then came audio, and now comes video. And even more now, you can have meetings and so many other things using WhatsApp. So even platforms like Zoom might very well be obsolete. And there are so many other options that now regulation of these applications are impossible. And so, Madam President, it's the same for the electricity sector. In fact, do we remember international direct dialing, where you had to call an operator to link you to an overseas telephone number, or a collect call where someone had to call the operator and the operator calls you to tell you, can you accept a call from somebody else? With charges, and remember the charges? Look at where we are today, Madam President. Look at where we are today with the use of that little cell phone. Another thing, Madam President, I remember I used to have the boat phone, the one that looking like the cordless phone. They call it the phone booth, right? We had the phone booth. I remember also you have a phone booth, you have a PDA, you have your camera, you have your touch light, you have all of these devices. Now you get all of that on this one cell phone, and they get smaller and smaller and smaller. So, Madam President, we are evolving. But the sad thing for us in St. Lucia is that the technology is getting ahead of us while we're here with legislation. That's what's happening. So our legislation, Madam President, is moving slower than the sector out there. So we are satisfied, I believe generally around the room, that we have a reliable electric company. And like Senator Poyot said, when the electricity is out, that is when we realize how important it is. You know, there used to be a song, Udi Fap, Yo Pwe Light La. Now, when they take the electricity, Madam President, I have the assurance that within a certain period of time, it will be back. That is the confidence which we have in our electric company. But Madam President, in our neighboring Caribbean islands, they cannot say the same thing. was in the Bahamas, in Nassau, in the Bahamas, big broad daylight, we had this big meeting at Atlantis Hotel and so on. And fap, yo pue light la. Then, and imagine it was a meeting relating to the electricity sector. And so the manager of the electric company was right there, and he said, oh, it's load shedding. That's what they do, load shedding. At certain times of the day, they have to take the power in certain communities to spread it over the country. That's what happens. Thank God we have not reached that stage yet. And this legislation is calling for demand forecasting, demand planning, and all of these things in order that we do not get into that situation. Madam President, so that reliability which we have in our electricity sector, we have to juxtapose it with market forces, introducing market forces. Because I'm hearing we're talking about the monopoly and so on. But yes, what do we do with the monopoly? Do we seek to, yes, break the monopoly at the expense of the reliable service that we have? So again, this legislation is calling for us to be cautious in our approach to revolutionizing this sector. We have to be careful that we don't lose power, pun intended, in order to get more power. That's what we have to be careful about. Madam President, another issue that was raised by Senator Dominic Fede, and it's a fair question. If large companies get off the grid, what happens to the tariff? Well, if more consumers generate their own electricity, then there will be less reliance on imported fossil fuels. And by extension, less expenses to the company. Yeah? You buy less oil. You have to use less generation. Yeah? There will be less revenue, a corresponding effect on revenue, but then your cost of operations are going to be less. Yeah? So, it may not immediately affect the tariff. So it's not to say that more people are generating their own power and the company continues to generate the same amount of electricity that it needed for when there were other customers. So the system, Madam President, and perhaps the reason that this legislation has taken so long for it to come to Parliament is because of the cautious nature in which the government has dealt with it in order to ensure that we do not destabilize our grid. Madam President, intermittent power, that is what will be generated using solar, wind, and the other alternative energy. It is intermittent, meaning that you do not have a steady flow. The sun comes up, the clouds overshadow the sun, you do not generate electricity from your solar photovoltaic system. And therefore, you have fluctuations. But with electricity, you cannot afford to have fluctuations because you are destabilizing the grid. And therefore, there is need for the company to provide that stability. And Senator Lee mentioned storage, battery. He says he doesn't see it in there. But the legislation cannot be so specific. The legislation speaks to storage in general. There can be different types. But you have to ensure that you do not have an unstable grid. Madam President, in Barbados, just next door, there is a problem with grid instability that can crash your system. Again, we're seeing St. Lucia taking cautious steps in order to learn the lessons from our counterparts in the Caribbean and in the wider world. Madam President, it must have been over 10 or 12 years ago. I remember hearing about Denmark being the #1 in renewable energy and so on and everything, and I wondered, but why not St. Lucia? Why doesn't St. Lucia go on? Now, if you read about Denmark, you would see that they have reversed because they went too quick at one time. So we have to be cautious in what we're doing. Madam President, we need a strong regulator. I agree. I think one of the senators said so. But the regulator must be properly financed. And Senator Lee made reference to the cost of regulation. However, the manner in which it is written there in the legislation, it says that the regulator will get 1.5% of the revenues of the company. Now, the question that I want to ask is, isn't the company making that revenue as we speak? And how much is the regulator getting from it? The regulator still regulates the system. It still regulates the company, because every year the company must submit their rate of return to the...
Senator, I think we had to seek our permission to sit beyond 6 p.m.
9. Madam President, I think we need to amend the standing orders. But Madam President, I wish to suspend Standing Order 9.3 to allow the Senate to sit between the hours of 6 and 7:30.
Senators, the question is that we suspend Standing Order 9.3 to allow the Senate to sit beyond the hour of 6 p.m. I now pose the question. All in favor say aye. Aye. All who may have a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and sorry about that. I didn't even notice outside was dark. To me, still bright. So, Madam President, the regulator currently regulates the electricity sector. The regulator approves all applications for PV and everything, but gets nothing from the electric company. And so that provision is made there. And also, Madam President, the principle behind this requirement is to ensure the independence of the regulator. That the regulator remains independent. So it should not be dependent on funding from the government. That is the principle behind it. So the water company pays a license fee, and similarly, the electric companies or the network licensees, the licensees in that act, will be paying to the regulator. So out of government completely. So when there are tariff reviews and tariff increases, it has nothing to do with the government. It's not the government that is pushing it. It is the regulator in its own independent judgment that will be doing so. Madam President, a point was raised relating to the procurement process. And maybe just to give you just a snapshot of what I perceive this process to be. So you have your energy policy that says you want to achieve 50% renewable energy by 2030. Like I said, I believe it's ambitious. But it can be achieved. So the regulator will put out a call for proposals, or whatever they call it, an RFP, a request for proposals for a certain amount of renewable energy, a certain target. So say they want 30 megawatts, because that would be half of what is required. They go out to the market and they call for, they have a request for proposals for 30 megawatts of renewable energy. Investors submit their proposals and they are evaluated and awarded. Okay? That is the competitive process that will be followed, and it will include, it does not preclude the incumbent from submitting proposals. I know in the case of Belize, at one time it was contemplated that the incumbent could not apply for new generation. However, in the case of St. Lucia, it does not preclude anyone. It is opened to the market. I believe, Madam President, in fact, before I go to my conclusion, there was a question of interconnection. And currently, interconnection exists in the current system. Albeit, the system was developed in a way that the NERC allowed for applications for solar to come to them, and they approved, and there's an interconnection agreement with Lucilec with what is called a net metering system, in that you connect, when you put your solar on your rooftop or wherever you install your solar, you generate power. Whatever excess power that you don't use, it goes back to Lucilec, and for the same price that you buy it. There's a zero passover. So this interconnection already exists. The agreement system already exists. What this legislation is doing is fine-tuning it. Now there is, within the legislation, and like somebody said, I think it was Senator Poyot, who indicated that the regulations will support this legislation and tell you the mechanisms that are going to be used to make that legislation stronger. So it may be a net billing system, it may be a net metering system that is not stated in what type of formula will be used to interconnect when interconnection is done, right? So, Madam President, there is need for public education. Senator Fede asked, how will the poor man be able to get solar and so on? Again, a legitimate question. But similarly, when there was the liberalization of the telecom system, for many years, internet penetration was still very low. There were some things that some people just could not afford at the time. Some mobile penetration was low in the beginning. Not everybody could afford mobile. But as things evolve, as prices get lower, then you would see greater participation in the system. So there is need for public education, constant public sensitization, but the public itself must be inquisitive in finding out what can be done. Because sometimes, Madam President, we sit back and think that certain things are unachievable until we really go into it and see whether we can get it for true. You know, we have this cautious kind of way in which, you know, we just figure, oh, I could never afford a car, until we make an inquiry and see, well, yes, we can buy a little second-hand car. Yes, we can get the loan from the credit union. Yes, we can do this, and yes, we can do that. And that's how we take these steps. So the public itself should be a bit more inquisitive in finding out what is achievable. So, Madam President, we have to ensure that the pace of our legislation keeps up with the pace of the sector. Our utilities, our utility companies must keep pace of the rapid development of this country. For example, Madam President, we're hearing of a lot of tourism development. We have the one at Redway, Isla. We have the big city coming up, the Republic Bank development up in Rodney Bay. We have the halls of justice coming up there. All of that will place demands, further demands on our electricity, on our utility sector in general. In fact, I'm a bit cautious about our ability to supply water and electricity to some of these big developments. Yeah? Our developments in the south. Again, we have a plan for the Uranora International Airport. We have a new St. Jude Hospital. Are we able to provide electricity and water to these new developments? Yeah? So while we want to see increased tourism arrival, we want to see more cruise ship arrivals, we want to see all of these other things, we want investment in different things. Our utilities must keep pace of that level of development that we're seeing. And so, Madam President, it's important for us to pass this legislation, which will be the start to a new horizon in the electricity sector, and hopefully it can support the pace at which the other sectors are operating. So, Madam President, I commend this legislation. If I have not answered all of the questions, I think some of them are built within the legislation itself. Perhaps if we go through the legislation a little more and with further public education and consultation, then we will all be more satisfied with what is being presented here. But I want to give senators the assurance, especially Senator Lee, who says he's conflicted, that my government, our government, will not attempt to do anything that will be detrimental to the citizens of St. Lucia. I can give you the assurance, because we have seen it in the past, that whatever is being presented by this government of St. Lucia is for the people, in favor of the people, to build our St. Lucia. And so I present it to senators for your approval. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that the electricity bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the regulation of electricity services and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 3.
Application, non-application, and conflict of laws.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 1. Clauses 4 to 93.
Regulation of electricity service.
Part 1. Clauses 4 to 93 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 2, clauses 94 to 164.
Electrical licensing and installations.
Part 2, clauses 94 to 164 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 3, clauses 165 to 169.
Miscellaneous.
Part 3, clauses 165 to 169 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title and commencement.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Senators, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, I beg to report that the electricity bill went through committee stage without amendments. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the electricity bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as are of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Electricity Act 2026. This Act shall come into force on a date to be fixed by the Minister by order published in the Gazette.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Distribution and Price of Goods Amendment.
Distribution and Price of Goods Amendment.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order number 49-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order number 49-2 be suspended in order to allow the Leader of Government Business to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, this amendment is very, very short, very small. In the Distribution and Price of Goods Act, Chapter 13.09, the minister in the bill was referred to as the minister responsible for commerce. But Madam President, within recent times, we've seen that there's been a split between the Ministry of Commerce and now the Ministry of Consumer Affairs falls within another ministry. This bill relates primarily to consumer affairs, and therefore what is being contemplated is for the minister there in the definition to mean the minister responsible for consumer affairs. I therefore commend this amendment to the Senate for approval. Thank you.
Senators, the question is that the Distribution of Price of Goods Amendment Bill be read a second time. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I commend this bill for approval. Thank you.
Senators, the question is that the Distribution and Price of Goods Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An Act to amend the Distribution and Price of Goods Act, Cap 13.09.
Clause 2.
Amendment of Section 2.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Senators, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, I beg to report that the distribution and price of goods amendment bill went through committee stage without amendments. Leader of government business.
Madam President, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the distribution and price of goods amendment bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Distribution and Price of Goods Amendment Act 2026.
Leader of government business.
Madam President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Citizenship of St. Lucia Amendment.
Citizenship of St. Lucia Amendment.
Leader of government business.
Madam President, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order number 49-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order 49-2 be suspended in order to allow the Leader of Government Business to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Citizenship of St. Lucia Amendment. Madam President, again, this is a very short amendment. In the Citizenship of St. Lucia Act, Chapter 1.04, it required at Section 8 that an alien who applied for a certificate of citizenship needed to renounce their citizenship from the other country. In this legislation, the bill amends Section 8 of that act, naturalization, to remove the requirement of an alien to renounce the citizenship of any other country before being granted a certificate of naturalization under that section. And so, Madam President, this is simply what is being brought to the Senate for approval. So I wish to seek the concurrence of senators.
Senators, the question is that the Citizenship of St. Lucia Amendment Bill be read a second time. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to commend this amendment bill for approval. Thank you.
Senators, the question is that the Citizenship of St. Lucia Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Citizenship of St. Lucia Act, Cap 1.04.
Clause 2.
Amendment of Section 8.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Senators, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, I beg to report that the Citizenship of St. Lucia Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the report of the committee be read a third time and passed.
Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Citizenship of St. Lucia Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Citizenship of St. Lucia Amendment Act 2026.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Crown Lands Amendment.
Crown Lands Amendment.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order number 49-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order 49-2 be suspended in order to allow the Leader of Government Business to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Crown Lands Amendment. Madam President, I rise to commend for your careful and favorable consideration the Crown Lands Amendment Bill. This bill is a focused and necessary measure to strengthen the administration of Crown lands by correcting deficiencies in the Crown Lands Act, Chapter 5.02, particularly in relation to the appointment and authority of officers within the Crown Lands Office. At present, Madam President, the Act provides for the appointment of a Commissioner of Crown Lands by the Governor General, who holds office during His Majesty's pleasure and receives such emoluments as may be assigned by the Governor General with the consent of the House of Assembly. While this framework has served a historical purpose, it no longer reflects the modern constitutional approach to the appointment of public officers. The bill therefore regularizes the appointment of the Commissioner of Crown Lands by placing that appointment under the Public Service Commission. This is not merely a technical adjustment. It is an important step towards
ensuring that the administration of Crown lands is aligned with the constitutional framework for the public service and with the principles of transparency, accountability, and institutional integrity. Madam President, the organizational structure of the Crown Lands Office also recognizes the need for a Deputy Commissioner of Crown Lands. However, the Act does not presently specify the manner of appointment of that deputy, nor does it clearly define the functions and powers of that office. This gap creates uncertainty in the area of public administration that requires clarity, continuity, and dependable decision-making. For that reason, Madam President, the bill provides for the appointment of a Deputy Commissioner of Crown Lands by the Public Service Commission and sets out the functions and powers of that office. It also empowers the Commissioner of Crown Lands to delegate functions or powers to the Deputy Commissioner, thereby improving operational efficiency and ensuring that the work of the Crown Lands Office can proceed without unnecessary delay. Madam President, a further review of the Act revealed that it still provides for the appointment of assistants and clerks by the Governor General. This is inconsistent with the procedure outlined in Section 86(1) of the Constitution of St. Lucia, which concerns the appointment of public officers. The bill corrects that inconsistency and brings the Act into conformity with the Constitution. Accordingly, Madam President, the bill provides that the Assistant Commissioner of Crown Lands officers, survey officers, clerical officers, and any other public officers within the Crown Lands Office are to be appointed by the Public Service Commission. This reform strengthens consistency across the public service and supports a more orderly, constitutionally sound system of appointment. In the circumstances, Madam President, I respectfully ask that this Honorable Senate support the Crown Lands Administration Bill. By approving this measure, the Senate will help ensure that the appointment of officers in the Crown Lands Office conforms with the Constitution, that the role of the Deputy Commissioner is properly established, and that the administration of Crown Lands is strengthened for the benefit of good governance and the people of St. Lucia. I thank you.
Senators, the question is that the Crown Lands Amendment Bill be read a second time. Senator de Turville.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have one. I first off want to say that I do support the amendment of this bill. However, there is one bit of concern here for me with regards to 4C, powers of Deputy Commissioner of Crown Lands, where it says A2, incapacity of the Commissioner of Crown Lands. I'm not sure if, when I checked, I did not notice a definition section that would indicate what constitutes incapacity. So that was just one thing for me that I think maybe we should, but the incapacity, what, yes, 4C, A2. Thank you, Madam President.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President.
My apology. This is you. Senator Preble before Leader of Government Business.
It's not your fault, Madam President. I did not put on my red light before you had called on the Leader of Government Business, but since she was not ready, I profited the opportunity to take the floor. So I'm being very honest.
Actually, I was correct, so you
You're correct. You're correct. I don't want to prolong. We've been here a long time, colleagues, senators. And I listened to the lead of government business, and I understand. The thing that is at the back of my mind at all is why was this one office in the public service always under the crown directly? That is at the back of my mind. I'm wondering to myself, why every other office, and my senator brother, Senator Jean Ignatius, that is, who is very familiar with matters on planning and physical planning and land matters, I don't know if his input here would help us. I say so in all sincerity because the matter of land, and given its limited nature, and given that St. Lucia's lands are either owned by individuals or the crown, essentially. By individuals, I mean firms or persons or the crown. And given that the crown has such significant quantum of land at its disposal, I was wondering to myself if that is not one of the critical reasons why, to almost avoid the possibility of abuse of access to that land, that matter was for so long residing with the Governor General directly. I put this question to the Senate with all honesty because it's one of the areas that I think we need to ensure that when this office comes across to the public service under the rules of the Public Service Commission, that it is still well protected. I'm very nervous when I speak here about those things because the Public Service Commission is an entity of the Crown, essentially, and the men and women of that Public Service Commission, the interest at all times should be the integrity of the public service, and that in the discharge of the functions, it must always be consistent with what is in the interest, not of any political administration, but the people of St. Lucia, so that the public officers who are appointed, promoted, disciplined, are done independent of the political directorate, so that public officers feel and remain secure in the knowledge that in the discharge of their duties, they can do it impartially without fear or favor. That's really the critical nature of the Public Service Commission. However, in my time in the public service, I have honestly seen that some public service commissions and commissioners have not perhaps fully appreciated the significance of that office they hold. And there have been some questionable appointments and other functions that this important public service commission is to be responsible for. I say so with all sincerity and honesty because, if you have men of straw on this public service commission, you have very weak protections for public officers. So bringing the Commissioner of Crown Lands under the purview of the Public Service Commission is a very important, and like you say, I believe it is the right direction to go in terms of alignment of public officers. But at the same time, I believe it also, given the frailty of what I have seen in the Public Service Commission now, it seemed to expose that office, that commissioner, perhaps to, perhaps, I would have to be very careful here, he may not be as secure sometimes in the decisions and positions that he or she would have to take in certain matters. So, I say all this to just sound a word of caution. Not to stand in the way, but to sound a word of caution, and perhaps to encourage the Public Service Commission to recall and remember the important responsibility they have in ensuring that the State of St. Lucia feel that when decisions are made there, they are made in the interest of the people and towards protecting and insulating public officers from any political misdirection that can happen from time to time. Thank you, Madam President.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I want to thank senators for their interventions. In the case of Senator de Turville, incapacity, I believe, has an interpretation elsewhere, perhaps in the Interpretation Act, but it's used quite often. And for Senator Prevost, the only caution I would raise is that I hope it's not a suggestion that if one is appointed by the Governor General that there is political interference. I hope that's not the intention of your intervention. But what I believe has happened here, even before getting any other notes, I think the law, the Crown Lands Act, made reference to the Commissioner of Crown Lands being appointed by the Governor General, but no reference was made to the Deputy Commissioner of Crown Lands. And then it showed too that if the Constitution requires that appointments have to be made, appointments of public officers have to be made by the Public Service Commission, then it was kind of, perhaps the Crown Lands Act came from the colonial days when the governor was the one who appointed, so prior to our Constitution. So I think sometimes it's only when you're going through the legislation you realize some of the anomalies or inconsistencies, and it was good and to be I commend the vigilance of the public officers who came up with that amendment. So I wish to commend this legislation, this Amendment Act, for approval of the Senate. Thank you.
Senators, the question is that the Crown Lands Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Crown Lands Act, Cap 5.02.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 3.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 4.
Amendment of Section 4.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 5.
Insertion of new sections 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D, and 4E.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Senators, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as are of opinion, say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, I beg to report that the Crown Lands Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Crown Lands Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Crown Lands Amendment Act 2026.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the Senate stand adjourned sine die.
Before I pose the question, I wish to say a few bits, and first to thank you, Senators, for your 2 days of hard work and your participation. I want to, in particular, commend the Leader of Government Business who arrived back on island on Tuesday from over 20-hour flight from Australia. And she has been able to stand in here for the past 2 days, presiding motions and 10 motions and almost 8 bills. And what a way to observe the week of parliamentarianism. Well done to you, Leader of Government Business. And also to everyone, and commend Senator Minister, who has presented her first bill. I want to commend Senator Titus Previll. I know this is your second time. I was not here for your first sitting, but I want to commend you, your conduct in the Senate, your contributions, applaud your positive attitude, your respect for the standing orders and for the points of view of the opposing sides, etc. So I really want to commend you for that, and let's see how it goes in the future, but wish you all the best. I commend the staff of the Parliament and the officers of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force, media personnel and all involved. Most of our officers live beyond the Badlil, and they left here last night late to get to their homes and be back this morning at 9. And the staff as well live beyond the Badlil, a lot of them, and they have been able to be on their toes all the time to keep you going. So I want to really thank them sincerely on your behalf. And speaking of toes, Senator de Turville suffered a broken toe and she's here, and last sitting Senator Haraksing had a broken toe. So senators, as the weekend comes, please watch your toes, all of you. And finally, I want to extend best wishes to our Prime Minister, as he has assumed the chair of the Conference of the Heads of Government of CARICOM as of July 1st. And this weekend starts the 41st CARICOM Heads meeting taking place next week, and the open session, the ceremony, starts on Sunday. We wish the heads of government of the CARICOM Caribbean community a very, very successful meeting, and I'm hoping that all senators would be so present. Thank you so much, senators. And I now pose the questions. Pardon? Oh, and Senator Previll was engaged with the CARICOM, so he's here as a former officer of the Caribbean community. Good time to have you here, Senator Previll. A pin for all of us? Okay. The staff did say if you had to send them home before 7 o'clock, they would give you up all the prize, senators. The prize is dinner. Yes. Okay, I now pose the question, senators. The question is that the Senate stands adjourned sine die. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Full weekend, everyone. Thank you.
Rather riveting and very lengthy 2 days of a sitting of the St. Lucia Senate has taken place, and it was not that they were coasting along. There was a lot to deal with. And today, a little better than yesterday in terms of the length of time, where yesterday it went up until about 10:30, and we are done almost 7 p.m. Another motion having to be put to the floor to seek the permission to go beyond the normal 6 p.m., which is the recognized time for cutoff. But of course, the members agreeing to go beyond that. And there seemed to have not been too much intense debate, say, on about the last few bills that were dealt with today. Yesterday was motions, resolutions, statutory instruments. Today it was all bills, and of course we saw, without too much haggling and contending, that the electricity bill, the distribution of price of goods amendment, which passed without any debate or any opposition whatsoever, the citizenship of St. Lucia amendment, which again went through practically without any sort of a dispute about it, and so on. And the final one, the Crown Lands Amendment, going through rather smoothly, and so on. So I think we've come to the end of 2 days. I wonder when it will be again, when the Senate will be so heavily engaged. But certainly, I must say, something which was a learning experience as much as it was a test of endurance for the senators. Yes, go ahead.
Oui, Shelton, c'était des jours qui tenaient en chaque discussion, comme je l'ai dit avant, c'est en chaque motion avec ces différentes lois, changements pour les lois qui étaient faites. Une seule loi, peut-être qui neuf, à la manière, un gros changement, c'était la loi électricité pour des affaires courant électrique, avec qui tenait en chaque discussion assez. Mais nous, en finissement, généralement, nous avons dit que face à l'opposition, n'a pas tenu trop à les casser. Face à l'opposition, plutôt d'accord, et puis avec nous tenons ça avec en finissement, le président Sénat là, il a été fermé, il félicité ce sénateur pour woman, nous avons dit sénateur Titus Privilege, qui est de position chef façade là, il félicité pour conduire avec manière toute bagaille passée. Alors nous avons dit, c'était des jours avec qui étaient bien appréciables, avec nous avons qui bagaille nous savons qu'il marché bien, malgré nous pas espérer qu'il durer autant de temps, mais quand même il allait assez bien. Nous aussi, Shelton, quand nous avons fini, durant le finissement maintenant, quand il y a une activité côté ancien chef gouvernement de l'autre pays, quand il venu ici pour 53e conférence CARICOM avec le Premier ministre en Europe, Philippe Pierre, qui a une des positions comme chairman CARICOM pour 6 mois avec la grosse cérémonie, ça c'est dimanche, avec une grosse cérémonie pour commencer meeting là, avec durant peut-être l'autre 3 et 4 jours, la can be different meeting. So
one very noteworthy development coming out of, or which really brought to the attention, especially when it comes to the citizenship of St. Lucia Amendment. The main thing about it was not complicated, but previously, persons seeking citizenship of St. Lucia, what you call naturalization, they would have had to renounce their citizenship that they held before. So if, say, you were a citizen of, for argument's sake, you were a citizen of some other country, you needed to first give up that citizenship.
Say Canada, for example.
Right. But right now, under this amendment, you can become a naturalized citizen of St. Lucia without having to renounce your citizenship of another country. So a person, you can say, is allowed to hold dual citizenship or multiple citizenship. St. Lucia will not be insisting that you have to give up. One of the very interesting things that occurred today, and it may or may not be worth making note of, was this was the first time we observed a senator interrupting a member of his own side, an opposition senator, to seek what is called elucidation or clarification of something. In that, the leader of opposition business, I think Senator Titus Previll, was on his feet making a presentation, and then the light was put on by Senator Elisha Norbert to get up and to ask Senator Titus Previll for elucidation. Now, we're not saying there's anything wrong with it or that there wasn't. It's just that normally we would expect senators on the same side will slip each other a note or something of that sort. Can you explain this further? Can you? But he chose to go through the formal process of putting on his light, standing, indicating to the president that he needed to make some intervention, and it was to ask for an isolation. We are just mentioning this to say that in the course of those things, you may think the Senate is just a foregone conclusion, it's just a rubber stamping. Sometimes incidents can open that are rather revealing, that are rather enlightening, that are rather curious, and from them you learn more things and then you can develop. So the National Television Network, NTN, the GIS, St. Lucia FM, and all our platforms are very happy to have been able to serve you in anchoring and bringing forth this live broadcast of the sitting of the Senate. We hope you have benefited from it, and on the next possible and every occasion that you will join us, as in fact you can, on our television channels and as we've said, other platforms. Thank you so very much for keeping us company and having been a part of it. You're greatly appreciated. I'm Shelton Daniel on behalf of Michael Gasper, barring any final words that he wants to say. We want from the Parliament building in the chamber where this 2-day sitting of the Senate has just occurred, bidding you a wonderful evening and of course a great weekend and everything that comes with it continuing.